this? Are you ready for this? To be a champion, never to change the system. It's all a revolution. This is a moment. Are you ready to fight? To reveal this?
Hello everyone and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. It is that time again. We're heading into day number 3 and of course, as you know by now, that means even more PUBG Mobile action is about to hit your screens. But before we go anywhere, it is of course, well, fitting to do a few welcomings as well. So, making his debut right here on the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa, weighing in at just over 200 pounds, it is none other than the one and only Groundscast.
Hello, DK.
How you doing, my man?
Man, I'm excited. I am pumped. I am feeling all sorts of energy raging through me right now. How are you doing, DK?
Man, gotta say, pretty excited, and of course, welcome to the PUBG Mobile Pro League. It's about time that we add a little bit of additional spice into the mix, so I think it's gonna be quite exciting to have you here. But of course, as we know, right, it is that time. We are prepping ourselves to see what the teams are gonna be bringing in. As day 3, the teams have already now had the opportunity to settle a few of those nerves and get themselves a little bit more comfortable, and I think that is gonna result in a very, very exciting lineup.
Yeah, I tell you, and seeing the way the teams have actually played in the first couple of days, it just goes that going into this third day today, we're going to be in for a whole lot of action. And I promise you, PUBG Mobile does not, cease to bring the action.
Yes, of course, as we know, it is a quick look at our format. We are currently still in that league stage, phase 1 of 3, which consists of 5 days with all 20 teams participating, not a single super weekend in sight. But as we know, as we get to the end of the league stage, only the top 16 teams will be advancing over into the finals. And as we know, Grounds, the finals, that is where the action is at, right? That is what all these teams are fighting for, because not only do they get a glorious share of the prize pool, not only do they get quite a few bonus points to add onto their start in the finals, it also counts towards those PMGC points. And we want to see a little bit more of that African representation making it through into that next stage.
Yeah, exactly. And man, we've seen the way these teams play. We've seen the way the teams that actually did go to the PMGC did play last year. And, it kind of just gives that little bit of hope that, there is actually something cooking from the African region. And I promise you, I know like there's teams in this lobby that are definitely capable of raising the flag for Africa.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of flag raising opportunities coming on through, but we know how the teams are going to be able to try and secure a bit of a finish moving into that. That is, of course, going to be through utilizing the point system. Now, we've already seen in the past 2 days of action here, Grounds, that the teams are really trying to keep up to the new meta change, right? That is enforcing so much aggression coming through, and it's going to allow quite a bit of excitement, right? That first place only being worth 10 points, not the usual 15 that we knew from the previous seasons. It has now changed up entirely, and if you land outside the top 8, you will not get a single placement point, but you can still make up for a bit of that deficit coming through with those elimination points.
Yeah, exactly. And one might just think, oh, it's just a 5 points difference. But I tell you, 5 points does actually make a whole lot of difference. And that difference also comes through with the eliminations that are gotten by the teams in this lobby. And, we do see a couple of teams that really like to play strategically. And I think this is this point system challenges them that, okay, you like to play reserved, you like to play, cool and calm. But right now, you need to start fragging out.
Yes, and of course, that fragging will also help just push them up the overall standings. Where's where they get those glorious bonus points, right? So at the end of every week, the teams will be allocated bonus points based on their positioning, their ranking for that particular week. But also at the end of the league stage, there will be additional bonus points that get added on top of that. So the most bonus points a team can pick up here is 80 total. So, that is quite the start to go into the finals with.
Yeah, I tell you, and I don't think anybody's actually going to say no to a head start, and that's definitely what all of these teams are fighting for. We know everybody really just wants to get that head start going into the finals. You know, like once you're going to the finals with enough points, you're not way behind whoever got the most points. That's if you're not the one, but at the same time, you're not also too close to the bottom, so you're able to catch up within a couple of games. Because I mean, the finals is just 3 days, so you have to make it worth it.
Yep, and it's going to be a pretty sweaty play. But of course, we know aside from making into the finals, the teams will also then get rewarded for their performances. And, part of the reward that they'll be getting is their share of that prize pool. So let's take a quick look at that breakdown yet again. Of course, all teams, all 20 teams will get something for participating in this league. Our MVP will also then be awarded an additional $1,000 as well as that $1,000 allocated towards the Vikendi rewards. But once we make it up into the finals, that is where it's at, right? You can see that glorious prize money breakdown with $5,500 being right there up in pole position.
And we always say it's the most paid team would be second place. But I mean, 1,000 or make that 2,000 of a difference, maybe not too much. But then when we start to trickle down to the bottom of of the money, we're looking at that 14th, 15th, 16th, and that money is not looking quite nice. So like all of these teams really do not want to end up on that spot. But one thing that I find very fascinating would be the bonus points coming through from the Vikendi rewards.
Yeah, that of course, as you said, right, if you're not happy with that 14th, 15th, or 16th place, you can always add a little bit of a cherry on top, right? Add a little bit of additional toppings in by either getting the Robin Hood, the Look at My Style, the one-man army, the viewer's choice. Yes, the community has a say who gets that reward. And of course, also then the most exciting one that we're going to be looking for there is the focus on elims. I think that and the Look at My Style is going to go very much hand in hand.
Yeah, and it's gonna be so close, especially when we get to the look at my style. Because if it would have been different if there were no grenades and vehicles. But now that there's grenades and vehicles giving points, we know how strong this region is when it comes to the grenade usage, when it comes to the vehicle usage, especially with the runovers. We see these players have fun with it all the time. So I'm looking forward to seeing how this is gonna happen. And you could already tell that these teams would actually do it, especially heading into a map like Vikendi. 12 teams only. It's so big. They have all the time to find all of these special things and actually pull it off.
I'm especially looking forward to the crossbow action. I want to see what the teams are going to be doing with that. And as we know, crossbows, you need to be super close, right? That's not a long-range weapon. You need to be up close and uncomfortable to be able to utilize that. So I think that's going to be quite a bit to look forward to. But of course, speaking about all the things that we have to look forward to, we are going to be taking a quick look at that calendar as well, just to remind our viewers as to where we are, what is yet to come. So we are now stepping into our very first Friday bit of action here in our first week, and we are then going to taking it copy paste right into week 2, into week 3, and then finally we make it up into the finals, which will start on the 14th of April. So there's still quite a long journey that these teams need to go on.
Yeah, and this journey is one that has been made easy looking at this calendar, playing for 2 days, going for a day of rest. You get to look at the mistakes that you've made, look at the things that you may have done right, study how the teams have actually played so far, and then go straight into the next couple of days knowing that, okay, this is what I've studied, this is what I really want to try. So I think yesterday being that break day for all of these teams, definitely the teams would have used it to do a whole lot of research, a whole lot of training going into the games that we're seeing today.
Well, there's going to be quite a bit of games to come, as we know, right? The team's really going to be looking to step it up. And of course, as we know, we've been talking about the teams, and I think it's about time that we take a look at just to remind everyone as to who our participating teams are and what their group setup is, at least for this week. So, as we know, moving into next week, this is going to change up entirely. It would be a whole different shuffle, but for the time being, this is what we have, and we've been seeing the teams really just fighting it so much all the way to the end.
Yeah, exactly. And man, seeing the way these groups are set up, I feel like there is no way you want to shuffle it that it's not going to be crazy. I can't even say this is one team or this is one group that is a group of death. I mean, eventually they all play coming through, with the whole round robin format, with each group sitting out from each game. But still, these teams are actually cracked, and that is a statement that all of these teams have actually made in the last 2 days of the PMPL.
Well, there are still quite a few statements that we are going to be looking to see come through from our respective teams. And, Having said all of that, we are just drawing ourselves even closer and closer to getting into the proceedings here for today. But also, I think it's a great opportunity to remind our viewers about the Royal Pass for month 21 is now available. Be sure to check the video to see a few highlight moments of the Blaster Tank, the Dark Rain set, and of course, the Graham High set. So, take it away. Well, not gonna lie, the RP skins, those sets, they look absolutely amazing and really a big thing to look forward to. But of course, another thing to look forward to is the amazing support coming through from our sponsors. So much love going out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, Crowns, we're getting almost at that point where we can see what our teams are going to be bringing in for our very first match of the day. But I think before we get anywhere close to that, we also need to take a little bit of a look and see what the overall point system, what the overall points, the overall rankings are, right? Where these teams find themselves after those first 2 days of competition, how many points they've been able to secure, and what we could potentially and hopefully expect to see come into today's games.
Yeah, exactly. Because we know when we start to look at the overall, today is that day where you start to set the bubble. That's where you start to set the limit. This is the points that the amount of points that we need to actually get into the next stage. And with the way these teams are actually grabbing points, it makes it so hard to actually set a bubble. I mean, we see just like a 20 less than 20 point difference between first place and second place, and it's so tight from there going downwards.
Yeah, I mean, 17 points, that's definitely not all that much. But you got to say, Rook, they've been working exceptionally hard to accomplish that. As we were saying back on day 2, they remind us very much of how Titans were in the previous season, back over into the fall 2022 season. Well, I'm getting ahead of myself here. But it's very reminiscent of that, and I want to see what it's going to be like when RUKH Esports and Titan Gaming meet each other out on the battlefield, right? Is it going to be like a big glorious battle, or are we going to be seeing a few different changes come through?
Yeah, Rookie Sports being that one team that, is kind of new, or that we feel like is actually new, as Ez was saying. This is a challenge that we actually want to take on for the region. And then seeing them already grabbing these many points kind of puts a little bit of hope going on to the next day. But man, when we start to go to these second pages, and maybe even when we get to the third page, that's where we start to see it. Remember, top 12 makes it all the way to Vikendi, and we can already see, 12th and 13th space already sharing the same number of points.
Yeah, and there's definitely not a lot separating these teams, and we have got quite a few ties on that first and second page. But now moving through into our final page, this is the spot where I feel I want to see what these teams are going to be bringing through today, right? We know Blackjack Esports being a capable team. We've seen some very surprising performances and angles being held by Timeout Esports. Vampires and Mo Esports, I also want to have that extra bit. I mean, we've seen Mo Esports also, they get themselves set up in some really good angles, some good positionings. But sometimes when it comes to the execution of that potential plan, it doesn't always really go exactly the way that they would have hoped. So let's see. Maybe today could be a bit of an opportunity here for these teams on the third page to make up and jump over onto the second.
Yeah, I mean, it starts getting painful when I see the teams that are actually in that bottom four, right? Seeing Blackjack Esports, seeing, two of those teams actually being the PMNC teams, and being one of those teams actually being the team coming through from the Egypt region. I mean, we don't usually see the Egyptian teams actually play in the PMPL Africa. They used to have their own PMPLs, right? But then now seeing them actually participate here, I mean, we're not really seeing them put those numbers up. And it's those numbers that I really want to see them put up. So I'm looking at Blackjack Esports, looking at the side there of Timeout, MAU Esports. I need to see them actually start to put these skills and, put these eliminations, right? Put these eliminations, put all of these points up on board.
Yeah, we want to see as many skills as they can flex moving out into the battlefield. And of course, as we know, uh, there is going to be a little bit of a change up coming through in today's map rotation, right? So we saw in day one we started with Erangel, we ended with Erangel. Moving into day two, things looked a little bit different. But now let's take a look and see what the map rotation for day number 3 is going to be. Of course, we are going to be starting things off right out in the jungle to get that off to a very aggressive start. And then we're going to be moving into a back-to-back Erangel, followed up by a back-to-back Miramar. Grounds, what do you think of this setup?
I think this is a setup for chaos. It's literally an avenue for chaos. This is violence looking to loom from the beginning because, I mean, we usually see the day start off with Erangel, but this time we're throwing it a little bit of a twist. It's like Sanhok, you guys get your blood pumped up to even start every game. There's nothing like a cool start. Everyone's going to start up so hot, and then we're going to Erangel, and then we close things off with the heat that comes through from Miramar.
Well, of course, we love all that heat, but we want to see heat across the board. And I think starting off with a little bit of that jungle action is going to be exactly what these teams need to just fuel their momentum moving through not only the remaining games here for today, but also the remaining days, well, please, English, in the rest of this week. And as we know, right, things are just going to get even more and more challenging as we progress further through these days and get closer to the end of the week. So the pressure is definitely going to be on.
Yeah, and Sanhok being that map where we didn't used to see or would usually see a lot of points coming through from the Hugh Strat. The Hugh Strat now has been scrapped off, which means all of these teams need to get points the traditional way. Go out, use your weapons, get those eliminations. And right now, I really want to see, we did see a couple of hot drops happening out there in the couple of Sanhok games that we've seen so far. And I'm looking forward to those hot drops not happening anymore. A couple of teams should actually now start to realize that, we cannot keep losing points out here on the hot drops when we start to look at Sanhok.
I'm pretty sure there's going to be a few teams that are now going to be double checking every compound, every building that they move into, right? We did see in the last Sanhok with Rauf just waiting there, lying in wait, not being spotted, making it to the very, very end, managing to clutch it out. I think that has kind of set the standard, right? And also just alerted the rest of the teams like, it's not as clear as you think it is. Maybe move in, maybe just clear them all out before pushing on forward. So I'm curious to see who's going to be bringing in that extra little bit of excitement as we go through today's games. But Grounds, this is where I got to ask you, do you have any prediction as to who you think is going to be taking the dub, taking that chicken on the very first Sanhok?
Sanhok being this crazy map makes it so hard to actually predict a team that would actually win. But I mean, seeing the way Titans and CRYPTICS have been playing, there was a little bit of consistency coming through from both teams. So I think I've got my money on CRYPTICS this time to kind of see what they've got, because I feel like in the second day they were a little bit slacky. We saw them play very well on that first day, and then I feel like going into day two, or they were not as consistent, and I feel like they've just got something cooking. So I think I've got my money actually on the side here of CRYPTICS to actually take this Sanhok going home.
Well, it is time for us to hop onto the map to see what our teams are going to be getting up to here. As we can see already, that flight path has revealed itself. The team's already making some pretty good gains here as they start to drop off, looking to get themselves situated. But I guess, Grounds, this is now down to where these teams are going to be looking to get themselves positioned. We know also the last time we were looking at a little bit of the Sanhok action, right? URUS Esports, they were just performing absolutely phenomenally, right? They just brought in such a strong performance. So I wanted to see what they are going to be doing here today. Well, will they be able to replicate those efforts? Because we know they took that winner chicken dinner, doing so with 5 eliminations. Another strong performance we saw was coming through from the players of GREEDYFORKILLS, but they are not going to be in our first group of teams that are going to be playing. I don't believe so. No, they are not. But the other team that held a very strong position was also then Titan Gaming, taking third place with 13 eliminations.
Yeah, now I was going to talk about the eliminations, right? We've been seeing the top elimination being 15, and it's not even with a winner chicken dinner. So I'm trying to see these teams actually challenge for all of that. But man, look at the splits coming out from some of these teams. VST. We see them going for a very long splits down on the bottom, and bro, we've not even finished talking about apartments. We already have.
Yep, there we go. It is going to be Arab Golden and Blackjack. Here we have it. MG coming through with the first there to pick up that confirmation, just to add it onto the tally for Hamadi. So this is a bit of an interesting start. I mean, Arab Golden already 2 players down. That is going to change up the way that they will be playing the rest of this match. But we did also then see that zone taking a nice position towards the northern edge, right? Centering up beautifully on towards Paradise Resort. And we haven't really seen a lot of focus being put too much over on towards Paradise.
Yeah, exactly. You see Smash Team just having a whole lot of fun on their own out there. And given that this zone is out there on the north, kind of puts Paradise out there in the center, which means like a couple of teams would be gunning for that position. And Paradise being one of those places in Sanhok that is very easy to infiltrate. I feel like Smash Team, they've got a lot to deal with going into this game.
Well, we'll find out in due course exactly what Smash Team will have in store for us. Meanwhile, talking about smashing, it could be RUKH also just looking to fight a few vampires along the way, as we can see the players there from Vampire also then moving in on that southern edge. But RUKH, they're very, very close, at least with regards to their names on the board, right? We can see RUKH and Vampire both just sitting there side to side. But when we look at the points that both these teams currently have, I mean, Vampire sitting on 25, so they could definitely do with a healthy dose, a nice influx of a few points coming their way. RUKH, on the other hand, also not too far away. Only 4 points separating these two teams currently.
Yeah, and we know like this chase is going to be on going through from all of these teams. I enjoy the respect and the amount of research that has been done by the teams in the lobby, saying that there isn't too much of hot drops other than players just getting caught up on splits and all that. But we can see places that we had hot drops before. The teams are actually just out there scouting and gatekeeping, which is what we see the players there from Vampires doing up onto RUKH. So I really want to see how that is going to play out for them and going on to the final phases of the game.
Well, we'll keep a close eye on that to see what is going to be in store for them. But still, we slowly have teams starting to trickle up in towards the zone. And I kind of love this whole northern shift that it's got, right? Aside from the fact that it's centered up over towards Paradise, it'll also apply a little bit of force onto that western bridge that I expect Black Hand are going to come rotating across. Already Wave getting themselves set up in anticipation of a potential play coming through from there. So I want to see what could be happening on that front. But as we look down south, also then, Grounds, there's so much movement coming through as the teams are inching their way towards the zone.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying the early rotations coming through from the teams. We wouldn't normally see these early rotations coming through in Sanhok, right? Sanhok is one of those maps where we see so many teams wait outside to get looted up, try to pick up as many first aid kits as possible. Right now, we do see teams looking for vehicles, trying to get into the action, looking for those good positions out there in the map. So yeah, it's very interesting to see teams actually going on for those early rotations. We do see a couple of teams though that are still, being reluctant with the rotation, staying a little bit quiet, and some of those teams happen to be those teams on the top, like a pattern.
Yes, yes, yes. And of course, if you want to see the live updated scores, they are going to be at the top of the screen, so keep a close eye on that. As you already know, there is a few draws coming in, Black Hand and Wave, both teams sitting on 55 points apiece. And this is what I think makes that whole position of Wave moving in towards the Western Bridge just that much more exciting, because they could definitely look to leverage that. But I think it's all going to come down to how these rotations then will start to trickle through. Looking over towards CRYPTICS that we just had on screen, they've got the entirety of Cal to themselves, even potentially that Mork territory. So they've got a lot of room to play with here to get themselves set up in anticipation of these incoming rotations.
I feel like the only thing that can stand in the way of CRYPTICS right now would be like a rotation coming through from one of the teams, which I wouldn't see. I don't see the need of a rotation coming through from any of these teams. So they should just be okay. And like the way the teams have actually forced Sanhok to be this calm map makes me just know that, heading towards the final phases, is going to turn into a less calm game.
Well, as we know by now, the peace and tranquility is going to be short-lived. We do see a lot of teams now taking up quite a bit more of a stronger positioning towards that center zone. Titans, on the other hand, I mean, they're just taking it super chill. We can see they sit on about 8.5 rather average with their eliminations, which is also a very impressive figure to look at. But unfortunately for Titans, there's nobody down in boot camp. All the teams have now moved in. Wave still going to be hanging around. We see the players there from VISTA or VST, also not too far away, just positioned east of that. But another team that I'm quite curious to see is URUS, right? I want to see how they're going to be performing on the Sanhok.
I mean, we do know like Sanhok does happen to be one of the maps that they find themselves being strong in. So we'll kind of keep our eyes on them to see how they're doing it. They're playing it a little bit slowly, hugging the edge of the circle right now. Not something we really see too often, especially given this new point system. And man, you just have to. I'm looking at RUKH Esports right now, and I'm just looking at how concerned they are that they probably have enemies around them, and this is what the hot drops kind of cause when we go into Sanhok.
Look at Eugene looking all excited that they are caught out in the blue juice. I mean, still quite a bit of a ground to cover until they make it up into that next zone. But as you can see, of course, the blue zone is not going to wait for anybody. It will get ready to close in yet again. And now just kind of centers in on itself. And this is where things will take that extra little bit of a twist and turn, because now the teams know where they need to push towards. And we already see so many teams occupying this space already.
We told you have to knock the doors before you enter, as Arab Golden will fall 2 players there from Raad. But again, though, does look to be holding on his end, trying to see if he can hold up for his team. He's able to get one with the Molotov going in through. He's going to get the bird. But the knock, not quite there yet.
Yeah, not quite just yet, but up comes Raad again, looking for the continuation up in the window. And this is making things especially difficult now for Erangel, who's trying to just duck this way and that, not having all too much health left. And they've only got that one medkit, but opening themselves up for a bit of a third-party opportunity that could come through. But it does seem like Raad, also, they just want to face off and just claim combat for themselves. Oh, but here we go.
Oh, and the third party. Welcome to Sanhok, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we signed up for as LAG Esports. We'll be getting the scrappy parts of that fight, and that was just unfortunate for both teams. Looking at Raad and Arab Golden, both teams actually went out with 2 eliminations each. But it was just sad seeing that Raad was going for that rotation, crashed into the building, decided to vault the windows. And DK, we do have a history with vaulting windows.
Oh yes, we've seen quite a bit of that come through, especially on Sanhok. I particularly remember in the previous season that was quite a big thing. But here we go. Of course, it is now going to be URUS and the players there from Titan Gaming prepping themselves for a potential altercation. But it does seem like AXA is just lumbering themselves up, right? We can see a lot of jumping. And speaking about jumping, VSC, VISTA, they got to come jumping up on towards the players here from Smash Team, and already a few nades getting cooked up for Zaro. Ooh, this could be quite scary.
And this is what we're talking about, Smash Team having a whole lot to deal, given like the position of Paradise going into that zone, right? And now this is where Smash Team has to actually hold up. They are going for a split, which I would not advise, but it would mean like each player is definitely going to be covering each angle. And now Danzo would find himself having to hold up in a 1v4 against VST.
Let's see where it's going to go. Up comes Bisk now, just pushing in. Ooh, but look at this position being held by Ban. A nice bit of suppressive fire. But the players here from Vista are not going to be backing off of it just yet. And it's still a very, very close call. Ooh, this could be risky. But fortunately, the players there from Smash Team already putting a little bit of a gap between themselves and the team from Vista.
Yeah, a beautiful fallback coming through from Danzo there, realizing that he's being isolated from his team, and then knowing that, you know what, I got to fall back a little bit, kind of push them, force them to push up onto us. And this is just going to be like a regular day, defending Paradise Resource for the side of Smash Team. But it starts to get tricky because all this noise they're making, all the other teams in the background in the surrounding can hear it. I'm talking about Triple, I'm talking about the timeout. They can hear even CRYPTICS, they can hear all of these shots, and that just calls for third party, which is going to come in anytime soon.
Oh, yep. Third party is just around the corner already. We see Weiss running into a little bit of complication there as Lag is now just gotten that knock in, applying a little bit of pressure here. But oddly enough, even though we have such limited space, the teams are not going all out aggressive just yet. But I love that vacancy now being created up in towards the north, as that could open a bit of a rotational pathway for Blackhand or even the team there from RUKH. It does seem like RUKH are going to be trying their hand at the Vampires. And of course now Lag jumping at the opportunity, trying to make that mad dash further up north.
Yep, and this further up north would be running straight into the 2-2 splits being held by the side there of timeout. It's now a question of how LAG Esports would get themselves out of this sandwich that they're just finally putting themselves in, or they're actually finding themselves in. But man, the rotation coming through from RUKH Esports is impressive. Going for that northeastern rotation all the way from the south. I'm impressed.
Yep, yep. There's still quite a lot of impressions, right? That is going to be made here. Of course, Desha now just trying to reach up in towards night and not being able to switch those lights off just yet. Instead, taking quite a bit of damage in retaliation. But this opens up the opportunity now for the players there from Blackjack and RUKH also to just come creeping ever closer. They've heard the noise. They want to inspect and potentially secure themselves a bit of a third-party play.
Yep, and that is the skirmish. The struggle that is actually going up on the southeastern edge of the circle as we see URUS coming crashing onto the side here of Timeout Esports, and this is where it starts to get crazy because Blackjack is also here for the third party as Mido isolated outside us on the east of the building will get felled by Zeke, and there the fight will get started as outsiders now. Oh, sorry, make that Timeout getting dismantled.
Yep, being dismantled is not a nice experience, but either which way, Blackjack now just going to come strafing this way, and that URUS also just waiting patiently. Rauf is going to be the one to watch here. Fortunately, Rauf is not hiding in a building, instead they're outside, but Mo now steps up and the shots connect on through. This is Phonics and Zeke looking to just flex their hand a little bit here. Meanwhile, MG looking to bring Hamodi back into the fight.
Definitely a player that I do not want to lose, given that they're already up by 5 eliminations going into this game. Timeout would survive as that player would fall back to the rest of his team, but we're going to be coming back to that as Titans will crash onto the side there of Vampires. Yazan being as careful as possible as Des, trying to see if he can get some of those grenades to connect onto the side there of Titans, and this is the grenade and the throwable usage that we admire in the region.
Oh yes, it makes for a very, very exciting bit of gameplay here, but Titans no strangers to the action. Just going to try and keep themselves ahead of those grenades. But Vampires could get cornered here. Oh, maybe not as Teak now gets met with a nade in the face. Oh, look at this. B-Stick cooks one up, sends it out. Is it going to make it in the window? Yes, it does. That is D3S now having their ticket punched.
Definitely to get ace punch. Titans would not chill. They have no patience. The smokes are already deployed for the cover, and they're looking to go for that isolating play on that right-hand side where they've just gotten the knock for the revive, though. Looking to come up as fast as possible on the side here of Vampires. I enjoy that.
Oh, let's see how much enjoyment there will be now as Titans move in. They've got their eyes set. They've got a few stakes in hand as well. An easy clap to stop. Just goes on down. The S12K comes in clutch here. And Titans now looking to be a force to be reckoned with. Yazan is going to be the final contender left. Standing between Titans and possession of the edge. And here they go, moving up. Puncher now taking a little bit of damage. Again, the shot is coming through. And down goes Puncher.
Definitely onto something, but his HP, not anything to write home about, as P6 would come in from the side, gets the knock and the confirm. 4 eliminations onto the side of Titans as they would escort the side of Vampires back into the lobby.
And they sucked the life right out of them on that one, but we're not out of the action just yet. It's still VST Vista that are going to be pushing up through that Paradise Resort positioning. They got Smash Team just held up alongside them, but the Mo Esports team also just slightly north of that position. We just can't see them up on the minimap, but now it is going to be a lot of those utility exchanges coming through as the teams know, right? Smash Team, they know. VST, they need to push past them to make it back into that zone.
This is where they actually have to stay so calm and collected on this gatekeep. They have to play this very calmly, and you can already see the side there of Smash Team looking to get started, preparing some grenades, trying to take down the HP a little bit, anticipating that push coming through from the side of Vista as the 2-piece grenade would fall at Bud and Cacao, and that is most likely going to start the push from the side there of Smash Team. Man does look to be looking for an angle as more grenades will be sent from Backlost onto the side there of Vista.
Oh, but I think Mazzaro is going to be one to watch here as Blacklost now comes moving forward. Oh, quick trade, but the shoddy reigns supreme. The DVS just being absolutely cracked. And now it's all down to Bisc. They got to risk it for that biscuit if they want it. But will we see that full on-show of aggression coming through now?
Well, I hope so, but there's only so much you can do as a solo. Looking at BSK as he tries to make his way into the circle, there's only so much you can do going in from the south, which is extremely choked. But speaking about the south, we would move all the way to the west as we see the side here of Wave. Triple. Icy will take a couple of shots, and he's going to fall Petrox as he goes in for that push. And the side here of Triple holding beautiful angles onto the side here of Wave. But Gaddafi will be the last player up. He's in the floor. It's only a matter of time before he gets spotted as Triple Esports. They're letting Papa Blue handle the HP of the side here of Wave Esports.
Yeah, they need to handle their business and they need to handle it quickly. But Old Boy, as we know, a very experienced player now, just going to be inching themselves up ahead of the blue, just setting up a bit of a gatekeep. But Gaddafi cannot beat the blue juice as it does get the better hand. And that is Wave now getting eliminated. Down to our final 10 teams we go. And it still looks like a heavily cramped up zone that we're moving into, ground.
Exactly, and everything on that southeastern edge is still very, very cramped up. I mean, 31 players, 10 teams still alive in this part, in this zone. If you go out right now, zero points from the placements, and that's why we see many of these teams actually fighting for those elims. And man, I saw the predictions coming through from the Arab casters. Everyone's eyes is on CRYPTICS because man, they're sitting pretty on that northwestern edge of the circle.
Oh, Goa coming in with a beautiful shotty hit, but up comes Teak, and now Plaza finds themselves in a very similar predicament, but are they going to be able to hold their own as Storm now moves in to reinforce? Oh, down they go. Plaza getting ready for a little bit of a jump here, but will this be the play 2 from... Oh, Titans! They fall as the shots connect in with a bit of a helping hand coming through from RUKH.
The third party coming in clutch for the side there of Black Hand, and I'm pretty sure they'll be grateful for that one. RUKH Esports know. Now they know what is going up on that north. They have the information that they need. 2 eliminations, and man, the M24 in Sanhok is not something we see one too often, but RUKH Esports coming in with it, I look forward to seeing what wonders they would perform with that weapon.
I'm expecting quite a few wondrous performances indeed. But here we go. Triple now getting ready to face off against the CRYPTICS with a little bit of that Skydo action just waiting in the wings. So this could be a great opportunity now for Mo Esports to lock in a few more points. But IC getting met with some pretty cold lead as the shots drive on in. And that is the end of the road. Now Triple reduced to Old Boy, and it's not looking hopeful.
Not at all, as Old Boy has to find his way into the circle. Surviving in Sanhok as a solo is not the best. We're about to get yet another zone shift. It centers up on timeout. Lag Esports also looking nice on that south, but every other team, they need to start to move. Black Hand, Blackjack Esports, CRYPTICS would be the ones playing gatekeepers onto the side there of MAU Esports, as Lazy Boy would be good for 2, rendering the side there of MAU to just 1 more player, which is gonna be Boom Boom.
Yeah, bum. Just trying to find a little bit of an approach. And that zone, the edge of zone, is just laying right in front of their eyes. But unfortunately, they can't reach it just yet. But here we go. They could look to make a bit of a play. CRYPTICS going to be keeping a very, very close eye. Lazy Boy just doubling down on a good dose of those boosts to ensure the health bar gets to where it needs to be. But Lag also very, very active, making quite a bit of noise down on that southern edge.
I tell you, they're already up by 5 eliminations, and they're looking good on the south. They've got a beautiful compound to work with, and they could just shoot everyone out of it. But man, you cannot count out the position being held by the side there of timeout, as they find themselves sitting pretty. But man, sitting pretty doesn't mean you're really good, because if you start to pick out those windows, there's so many angles that could actually, you could actually get caught from.
Yep, 100% agree with you on that one. And of course, now there's no windows up on towards this north and eastern side of the zone. Meanwhile, it's going to be Pusher rather. Now keeping a very close angle there on Phonics. Oh, but you got to be careful because there might not be windows, but there definitely are other players that are going to spot you and just remind you to be cautious. And there we have it. Blackjack now, unfortunately, getting sent back to the lobby.
I mean, they were able to grab 5 eliminations, which I'm happy to see. I mean, definitely a couple of points to boost them up on that position on the leaderboards that they find themselves. I mean, we saw them sitting down at 17 points, which means they need as many points as possible, even little points to boost themselves up. And man, people that will be getting points most likely will be timeout as they continue to get the circle.
Yeah, but the circle is now where all the action is going to come through. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that timeout is prepared to face off against the rest of these players. I mean, there's 15 other players now for them to try and deal with. Of course, they could receive a bit of a helping hand here as Lag focuses up on towards CRYPTICS, puts a little bit of damage up in towards Lazy Boy, but Desha now frantically trying to find a good place to just stay in cover.
So much vision coming through from the side there of Lag Esports. They have eyes on everyone in the circle. They're gathering so much information, but the information that has been gathered is what the side there of RUKH Esports is working on as they push onto the side there of timeout. Hazard and Desha find themselves in a whole lot of trouble as they're focused on the side there of Lag Esports.
Oh, but let's see, will they be able to push that focus a little bit further onwards? Now, RUKH finds a little bit of damage on towards timeout there, but it's not the end of the road just yet. Desha could maybe still patch it up, and that is exactly what happens. Now, Bronsberg sending out yet another nade, trying to continue with the barrage. So, RUKH looking so relentless at this point, already sitting with 3 eliminations to their name. But if you want to talk about being relentless, look at Lag, right? 9 elims up, and still so many more potential victims to come, but RUKH, they claim Desha.
They do claim Desha as he went outside. Definitely one thing you did not want to do. Beautiful use of smoke coming through from the side of Lag Esports as they're able to push up onto the compound. But RUKH Esports with a full squad, they're looking stronger than any other person in the lobby. Grenades to ward off the squad will be coming through from the side here of Lag Esports as all players now have to fall into the grass, prone position as they look to get closer, inch closer and closer to these compounds.
Oh, but we know this is stage 9. That means no more zones. It is only blue zone pushing your hand forward. And of course, speaking about hands, Black Hand are going to be situated up on that beautiful elevation. And that could be a beautiful point now for them to try leverage. But up comes Hazards, finds the first, finds the second, finds the third. Almost getting the hit up onto Knight, but unfortunately not aligning those angles perfectly. And here we go, as the fighting does continue.
The chaos of Sanhok definitely looming out as we see RUKH Esports trying to hug the blue zone as they make it outside. Oh no!
Oh, the shotties, the DV is actually just looking absolutely insane, and we are down to only a few remaining hopefuls. It is going to be a solo fight to the finish. It is Rami going up against Knight, looking to see who will be the one to get that chicken. Rami out in the blue, makes it in successfully, amazingly. Not getting taken down, but yep, there we go. Only a matter of moments away. One cough was all that was needed for that last little bit of health to fall. But what an absolutely amazing victory that is coming through to TEAMLAG.
We said it going into the early phases of the game. These teams are setting up for what is looking to be a crazy finish. They started off so slowly in Sanhok, and that just forced all of this. It came down to Papa Blue sending everyone out of not just the zone, but out of the map. It's like, get out of this map.
Yeah, you know, that big bad blue juice is not for everybody, right? Too much of a good thing is definitely not where you want to find yourself. But I gotta say, Lag just stepping up and bringing in such a dominating performance. And that was only our first match of the day. As we know, we've seen a little bit of this momentum carry forward into our remaining games. But what an amazing start to start our day off with.
I mean, we saw beautiful gameplay coming through from the side of Lag. It became also clear for them the instance they were able to pass the side paradise and make it into the circle from that southern edge. We saw them going in all the way from the south, and that is exactly what they needed to do. Headed up on the south, timeout, holding that compound ever so strongly as a duo. This is the timeout I've been wanting to see for 2 days now.
Yeah, I mean, that is quite the position to play from. But again, we did see also some very impressive numbers being brought up with regards to those eliminations, right? The team's definitely getting a lot more of a spread. But of course, speaking about all the action, let's take a quick look at the highlights. Some pretty spicy action coming through from our teams. I mean, it's so nice. You just got to look at it twice, right? You just got to remind yourself of everything that happened there. And it definitely does seem like Lag came into this very first match looking to prove a point. And they were not lagging with performances. They were just doubling down and going over and above. So much so that they were able to secure themselves those double-digit elims. But let's take a look and see just how many points everyone was able to accrue.
Yeah, and man, I'm looking at those highlights and I just keep playing that play coming through from timeout. Hazard being hazardous onto the side, getting a 3-piece onto the side there of Titan Gaming. Definitely something that is not, oh, sorry, make that RUKH Esports. Definitely something that is not easy to do. But TEAMLAG, 21 points up on the board to get started in the day.
Yep, that is a good start indeed. But of course, as we can see, they've put a bit of a gap between themselves and the pushing teams coming in behind them. RUKH Esports only being able to find themselves 12 points this time around. Blackhand hard on their heels, and the same can, of course, be said by TIMEOUT Esports. But look at this, Blackjack also stepping up, picking up those 7 points, 5 eliminations to their name. Unfortunately, a little bit of placement points could have looked nice on there as well, you know, maybe 3 or 4, but still, I think 7 points, it's a decent finish.
Yeah, very, very decent finish coming through from the side of Blackjack Esports. And I think these are the type of games that you need going into a day, right? Given the way they were placed on the board. When you go into this next phases, you need to have a pop-up game in game one in order to be able to, continue to inch up little by little. 7 points is small, but still it's going to go a long way when we start to look at the momentum that it sets for the players on the team.
Yeah, and it's still, as we know by now, that second page looking a little bit more grim, but it is okay. There's still a few opportunities left for the teams to make up for any of these missing gaps, you know, these donuts that they pick up as well. Of course, URUS Vampires being two of those teams making a quick stop over at the donut shop, but they still have 3 more maps to play to see how many points, rather, they'll be able to secure for the rest of the day.
Yeah, and this racking up these points is what we need to see. I enjoy the fact that we saw that only 2 teams were getting that donut, right? Normally we'd see more teams getting 0 points, but man, even if it's just 2 eliminations that some of those teams were able to put up on board, like Rad, going into this game, it's something, and it does actually add up to the leaderboard.
Yeah, everything adds up at the end of the day, and it's going to be a continuous push all the way through. But of course, we are going to be prepping ourselves for that match number 2. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back after the break.
Let's go!
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring season here for Africa in 2023. Changed it up a little bit, but we got to change it up because we got crowns on the desk. And of course, crowns, right? First map done and dusted. We're getting ready to hop over onto Erangel, and of course, a back-to-back Erangel to see what the teams are going to be bringing in.
And this is exactly where we wanted Sanhok to be the first game. It's already sets the pace. Now we can see the type of attitude that these teams are actually bringing into the game. We can see like everyone is avoiding those early fights, keeping the games for the later phases. And in those later phases, we're seeing these players come out absolutely brutal.
Well, speaking about brutal, we know monsters can also sometimes be a little bit brutal. So we're going to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner right here in the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, speaking about brutality, speaking about all the bit of excitement, all the energy, right? What are we expecting to see? Well, what is it that you want to see as we now move into our very first Erangel of the two back-to-backs?
Well, first of all, I'd like to see a zone closing up. I
Mm.
think I'm vibing with it right now, right? And I really want to see that one. And going into Erangel, I know like we're gonna have that slow start, so I'm looking forward to seeing that. And I really want to see all of these teams start to grab, a couple of points up on the board.
Mm. Well, we'll see. I believe that is going to be on the cards indeed. But of course, now it is going to be a very sweaty play, I suspect, right? The team's already riding on a bit of adrenaline coming through from that jungle. And now as we head over into the bread and butter of PUBG, I mean, I think it's absolutely fantastic that they have it back to back because they have double opportunities. Well, most of the teams, right, have a back to back opportunity to try and bring in a strong bit of consistency as they move through. I'm curious to see what we are going to be having with that flight path. So far, we've been relatively blessed with regards to positioning, right? The flight path being very centralized-ish most of the time, but honestly, I want to see something that is going to test these teams, right? They have to show us what they're made of.
Yeah, I mean, it's Sanhok. The playing path wouldn't really stress us, but Erangel, we know those playing paths start to stress us. We know those zones will start to stress us. And I'm really looking forward to one of those open field finishes going through in Erangel. Maybe somewhere around Gatkau, Miotar. I always like this type of finishes.
Mm.
Kind of challenges the team to, play with patience, challenges the thinking a little bit too.
Well, speaking about things to think about, of course, the teams have now run out of opportunity. They've run out of chances because we are going to be heading straight on in to see what that flight path is going to be bringing through. And it is going to be starting. Ooh, this seems to be Stalbert down below. So I think we're starting up in that northeastern side. And based on the trajectory, yep, it is going straight down towards Primor. So again, a very centralized flight path. But now the zone kind of, needs to get on board. I want to see something exciting come through from this first phase.
Yep, I definitely want to see it. It's a central flight path, which means all of these teams would be having a lot of fun with it. I wouldn't expect to see any hot drops going, given that the zone actually, the plane path actually allows players to go to different locations up on the map. So enjoying what I'm seeing so far. We already see a couple of players jumping off, going for those long splits like we love to see.
Well, let's see. Indeed, of course, now quite a few teams still busy disembarking, looking to get themselves situated. CRYPTICS, of course, nothing changing on that front, right? We know that they love to take that split up in towards Stolberg Kameshki, so things is looking pretty nominal over towards that direction, but I think the main kicker is going to come through once we see our first zone being revealed. Of course, Blackjack and the team there from Virtual Gaming Squad also dropping a little bit of hot. As we know, both these teams are well aware of where the other one goes, but we got to add that cherry on top. A big chunk of the zone is just watered. I said I want to see the zone now get on board, and I think this is exactly what we got.
Yep, exactly what we're seeing. This zone is actually brutal. That zone out there on that southwestern edge of the map has a little bit of the military island in it. But we all know it's most likely not going to go to the military island. I hope I don't cast across the play zone this time.
We'll find out, right? There's no way of knowing just yet. We'll just have to sit here and see what is going to be happening. But of course, Triple, they are absolutely blessed with their positioning. Wave also not looking too bad. And Vampires, I think, also finding themselves in a relatively comfortable position. I'm curious to see what is going to be happening towards this eastern side, because not only do we have the players from Black Hand here, we also then see Blackjack, of course, just a little bit further down to that southeastern side, as we also then had Virtual Gaming Squad and Arab Golden also dropping in and around that Shelter Lebovka territory. So there's going to be a lot of heat as the teams start to move further west.
And that's not the only part where we get the heat. Also on the north, we see the side there of the World of Battle, the side there of MAU Esports. All of them chilling out there in that Rozok school area of the map, towards the ruins also. We're seeing about 3 teams out there, which means when the rotations down south starts from all of these teams, we're definitely going to start seeing some, rotational clusters.
Well, let's see how many clusters of rotations we will have, as there is, again, several opportunities. Vampires, I don't think they are going to be looking... Well, they're not going to be being troubled at all, at least for the next little bit, right? I think that's going to come down to whether or not Timeout decides they want to move in as well, because we do see that 2-2 split, right? We got Hazard and their teammate, I think it's Abraham, someone moving down towards the north side of that western bridge. But of course, then Deshra and Mido positioned down onto that Sosnovka military island. So that could maybe be a big brain split coming through.
Yeah, definitely a big brain split coming through. Yeah, also a big brain split coming through from Triple Esports. I mean, we're seeing them averaging 4.5 elims per Erangel game, and that is nice to say the least. Having these type of averages makes you know that worst comes to worst in this Erangel game, I'm gonna get 4 points, and that is one thing that we're out here vouching for. You don't want to go home with the donuts, right? You want to get as much eliminations as possible, because man, no 8th place, no points, and even when you get to 8th place, the points are still not the best.
Yeah, but as we of course know, these teams don't shy away from aggression, and that is what I think this new point system kind of favors and also rewards, right? The more aggressive these teams are, the easier it becomes for them to secure themselves a few points. And also at the same time, it alleviates a little bit of that pressure moving into those later stages, because we've seen this time and time again. So many teams make it beyond that, stage 5.
And that's when it gets hot. That's when it starts to get hot. That the zone starts to get crazy, the damage is increased. That is where everyone starts to cluster up against each other. You cannot play it safe anymore. You just have to start letting your guns do the talking.
Well, there's still a lot of opportunity for a lot of talking, but I don't want to see talking. I want to see shouting, right? I want to see these teams shouting their point across at the opposition. And already as we look onto the players here from MEA Esports, they are holding on to a little bit of a split. Not the maddest split. It does seem to be, if I'm not mistaken, a 1-2 split, with Hainsley already moving over towards Everest, just trying to set up a bit of an anchor point there. And I think, especially if the zone does move a little bit more north, they are going to be sitting pretty on that one. Of course, now we also have a development coming through on towards that western bridge. It is Vampires and Timeout getting ready for a little bit of an altercation.
Definitely due to happen. It was bound to happen anytime soon, man. And I really hope they don't get into it, at least not that early, going up on that western bridge. But we do know when teams start to see themselves, they start to take those shots, and man, you know what happens when the shot starts to go out, you start to get those knocks. But it does look like Timeouts will continue on the rotation. They will be stopping up the hill. They're trying to see if they can play a little bit of a gatekeep onto the side there of Vampires.
Yeah, they've caught wind of a few Vampires. Now they want to see if they can sniff something out of the shot. Starts to fly on through, and Dash are quick on the trigger there.
Definitely quick on the trigger. The red dot sensitivity definitely high up to the sky. The side there of Vampires initiating the fight now. They know there's someone here who's willing to fight them. And it doesn't look like any of the teams want the smoke. We see both of them heading in 2 different directions.
Yeah, maybe they decided, you know what, it's going to be better if we maybe just take a quick little split and try and move into a little bit of a different position here as well. But I think it's going to be quite a risky play looking at the side of Timeout, because Wave is also moving further down towards that quarry side. And now it's going to come that big migration, right? We got the players here from the Mind Weapon leading the push here as they rotate up in towards zone, but they are followed very closely by Arab Golden, with URUS also not too far behind them. Lag hot on their heels, so there's going to be a lot of pressure for the Mind Weapon now to find a good position to pull into.
Yeah, that zone definitely forcing a whole lot of western rotation to come through from all of these teams. But right now, we do see Arab Golden going for a full send onto the side there of Esports. And I tell you, we're in the era of knock the doors before you enter the buildings, as we see the grenades coming through from Wanted, holding on in this 1v2 situation. He finds himself awaiting the escort, awaiting the support from his team. Same thing can be said about Esports as night will fall. Arab Golden coming in straight, right on time. Escana is just going to stay still.
I can't blame Escanor here. I would probably have done the same, or I would have wished that I could teleport or just evaporate and move somewhere else. But with Arab Golden now just looking in the wing, this is going to be quite the pressure coming through towards them. Unfortunately, it does seem like Escanor was not even here.
Yep. DC, not Marvel, happens many times. Anyway, a lot of teams actually in that blue zone. A lot of teams drinking that blue zone as they find their way into the circle. That zone definitely would be forcing teams to come in from the west. And I think these teams that find themselves on the west, Arab Golden, URUS, LAG Esports, the World of Battle, MEU, they're going to find themselves in a whole lot of trouble given the amount or the wave of teams that are coming in from that western edge. And this zone, oh, it's a nice one in terms of the shift, but not so nice in terms of the position because, man, we're seeing a little bit of a bridge.
Well, I mean, one of those teams that are definitely not riding that wave is Wave themselves. But look at this, the World of Battle now trying to hunker down, taking on a bit of a fight here as Mo Esports are on the receiving end on a lot of that lead. But here we go, Arthur not having Excalibur in hand, but instead utilizing that M4 and just laying waste in towards Vortex.
Yep, and this was almost a third-party situation coming through from these teams as they did not start the fight, but unfortunately they have to continue it. We do see Hansen going in for a solo push, takes a little bit of damage, but wool down the night coming through from the side here of the World of Battle as Arthur would fall.
Well, fortunately, there is still a few numbers here to play and see whether or not the World of Battle are going to be able to pick themselves up. Mohammed now being brought back into the swing of things. But that blue zone is not going to wait for anyone as it continues to move through. Vortex yet again having that knock come in. Hainsley, meanwhile, just going to be hanging back. Trying to see what they can make of this whole situation. Bum Bum also out in the woods. Things are looking pretty risky.
Very, very risky, especially given the fact that a couple of teams are now getting, information about what is going on here. We do see Blackjack Esports coming through in the background. Same thing can be said about the side there of CRYPTICS as more MEU Esports realizing that they have to get out of here. Hansley going to be the solo survivor for that team, would be heading out, but it does look like the World of Battle really are living up to the name. They won the battle, they won the thirst, as we see them going for that chase, looking for the last player there from the side there of MEU Esports.
Yeah, Mo Esports Hainsley now trying to find a good approach to take, and it's going to be quite a risky one indeed, as we did see quite a many few teams just hanging in around them. Of course, now Triple also coming under fire as the Vampires come in, Fang swinging. So who will be the one to hold on as Thor tries to pick it up, gets the shot in as D3S gets traded on down, but now they quickly need to find that next bit of an approach.
And this is very poor coming through from the side of Vampire Esports, right? They did get their first knock, and the rest of the team did not even seem to come any closer. They just kind of waited, and now Triple Esports reacting so quickly to that knock that they got up onto Old Boy. The instance he got knocked, you saw them go for that push, and the instance they got the thirst, decided to go for the revive. This is the proactiveness that I expect to see from the teams.
Yeah, it's definitely not working in your favor if you give your opposing team the opportunity to get that race back in. And this could be an experience that Vampires are going to be having now firsthand. But meanwhile, it is going to be Titan Gaming and Arab Golden continuing onwards. We have got Teak and P6 getting ready for a little bit of a shuffle here. Where will it go as Quality sends out the utilities? Oh, finds a bit of damage. Oh, but instead gets taken out by their own teammate.
Oh, definitely not working quite nicely. P6 though, swinging it from the side, will get felled. But Teak is not going to let that one slide as he goes up onto the push onto Wanted. Wanted the last player left for his squad. Not too much HP to write your home about. As Teak just looking to hold it up. Going in for that push, little by little. Wanted really wants to get his HP back up. And the full send is going to come through, but the DBS would emerge victorious as Arab Golden send the Titans back in.
I mean, Wanted was just an absolute nuisance right there. Once that DBS came out, it just became so devastating. But of course, now quite a bit of devastation could still come through as we look on as the players here from Virtual Gaming Squad are looking to assert some kind of dominance over onto the edge of zone. But they're going to have to go toe-to-toe here with Black Hand. And, I mean, Black Hand, as we know, quite a force to be reckoned with.
Definitely a 40 lead as they start to take the shots onto the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad on that eastern edge. And man, seeing these teams actually play edge makes me question a little bit, because seeing where that zone is, there is almost no doubt that that zone would be ending on the northern edge of the bridge, or at least somewhere close to the bridge. One thing you do
Oh,
not want
yes.
to do is head into that circle into like in the later phases. So I think for teams like VGS, Black Hand, I think they need to start finding a way into, you know, the deeper parts of the circle.
Yeah, but it's also going to be quite scary if that zone moves further down to south over onto the bridge. I mean, that is going to be absolutely chaotic. But in the meanwhile, we're going to be waiting to see what the players here from Triple and the Mind Weapon will have in store for us. Already the 2 knocks have been brought up. Zar now just bringing in a little bit of that parkour action, but a very spread out Mind Weapon here. I don't really see them pulling off all those reses.
Yeah, not really. They were too spread out, and I don't even if they try to get the reses, I don't think the side of Triple Esports would really want that to happen. One revive would come through though, as the rest of the team looking to kind of reposition, get things started or get themselves reset in order to get things started in the right manner.
Well, let's see how much of a reset they'll be able to get. Meanwhile, it is going to be CRYPTICS and URUS now smack dab center zone. But I love this proactiveness coming through from CRYPTICS, just getting themselves situated and waiting, right? They know that someone is going to come through. This is like a Venus flytrap, but the PUBG version of that, right? If you look at the dictionary, it would say Venus flytrap and then say CRYPTICS on
CRYPTICS.
Erangel.
Because man, if you get into that building, if you get into that warehouse, that is going to be a GG's. But one thing that will be a GG's is this next zone that is about to pop, because it determines who actually goes home with the game, goes up straight up center on the northern edge. And right now, Wavy Sports seem to be the only team that are in a pretty decent position when we look at, high ground advantage.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case here, but as we know, all things can change, and well, it definitely did change there, right as we saw it, the world of battle running themselves right back into that lobby. Now, we still have quite a few teams on the outlying regions. That is GREEDYFORKILLS, that is Black Hand, Arab Golden, Virtual Gaming Squad, and then of course over on the western side is where we see the players from Blackjack. But I'm curious to see what the Virtual Gaming Squad is going to be doing here, because they have to push past Arab Golden to get into that next zone.
Yep, and it's a whole lot of skirmish on that eastern edge. If you get past Arab Golden, you're heading straight into the CRYPTICS. And if there's one squad you do not want to be heading into, I mean, it is our Venus flytrap.
Oh yes, here we go. Is this going to be a bait and switch, or what will it be? A Chapo that has a little bit of company moving on through. Arab Golden trying to dodge this way and that. Up comes Wanted running right past them, but El Chapo quick on the trigger and now slamming those leaves shut.
Yep, Arab Golden now understanding that there is a presence, and it is the side there of CRYPTICS, as they would lose one player to them. Rugo did find a way into the circle, but it's a question of how the rest of his team would find their way to his position. The CRYPTICS will take one knock, but nothing to worry too much about. Lazy Boy would get revived.
Well, let's see what continues onwards up towards the northern territories. GREEDYFORKILLS, they've taken the plunge, they've moved in, but they've pulled in alongside the players here from URUS. And URUS, as we've seen, right, they've put up quite a bit of performance in those previous 2 days, showing that they are quite the capable team and not a force to be reckoned with. But Ramsey now doing their due diligence. You can hear all the shots. The cacophony of sprays off in the distance. Rauf yet again up on that ridge. I think that is a beautiful position to have Rauf in.
Nice split actually coming through from the side of URUS, but it all comes crumbling as the side of Black Hand would come in to make what was nice look not so nice. The side of URUS now forced to have all 3 players now back in the compound as they look to take on the fight head on with the side of GREEDYFORKILLS.
Alright, so come on, Redox. Got a nade in hand, a few potential eliminations just waiting down that ridge line. But this is now URUS just completely falling back into the hard cover, and rightly so, because once Black Hand and CRYPTICS start pushing over that ridge line, it could spell quite a bit of disaster. But look at the steady angles also coming through. The patience being shown here by GREEDYFORKILLS. I mean, Nossa trying to just smoke it up, get back to the reinforcements, just strengthening their overall positioning.
Yep, I almost said, are you guys really greedy for these kills? You know, they're just out there chilling, and I would understand, given that they're still actually in the zone, there isn't too much to rush for. The third parties that would come through are ones that you could easily spot, and plus, if a third party comes through, I don't think the side of G4K would suffer any harm. So that explains why they're playing this one as carefully as possible. Same thing can be said about the CRYPTICS, but right now it does look to be that information gathering stage, and at the same time, maybe a little bit of pushing stage, as the mind weapon now would start getting pushed by the side of Triple Esports.
Oh yes, Triple, they come and knocking, and they want a bit of a position. It's no time to sit around and wait as Thor now just dances around the flames. But look at Del Harp trying to send in all the utility they can muster. Fortunately, Icy is able to evade the majority in the front of that. But Triple, they are so relentless. They are going to push forward regardless of what is being thrown their way.
I enjoy the way Triple Esports takes fights. The first couple of stages of the fight is all throwable. No player actually moving too much. They're just letting the grenades do the talking, letting the Molotovs do the talking. But Himo would receive a grenade to the face. Gonna have to go back to a heal up, having to delay the team a little bit. 5 eliminations already up to their name, and they're looking to continue as they want to find all players from the mind weapon. White Boy will fall. Thor doesn't go upstairs, goes for the push, going on the 1v1 with Knight, and now you would fall him down with one more player. And information coming through from Triple Esports. They have so much information on this fight, as they would actually set the side there of the mind weapon back into the lobby.
Oh, beautiful showing coming through from them. We also did see the players from CRYPTICS being pretty active as well. Quite a bit of action going down here. Now we have the players from GREEDYFORKILLS finding themselves in a predicament once again. Or rather still, we got Hamadi and the remainder of Blackjack just hanging in the wing over on that western side. But they've been spotted as GREEDYFORKILLS now just lay right up into them. Wave could potentially move on through as well. But I love these range plays coming through as GREEDYFORKILLS look to utilize their current positioning.
Yep, they're looking to use it, but URUS, they are getting closer and closer, inching it little by little, sending grenades into the warehouse. It's kind of hard to nade a warehouse, if you ask me, because, you know, you do not know where the players are staying, unless you want to send in a barrage, which I don't think the side there of URUS would really want to risk. Man, side there of GREEDYFORKILLS, you do enjoy the awareness that is coming through from them just outside the warehouse.
Well, let's see where that awareness is going to be taking them. Of course, the predictions coming through there on the screen as well from our rapid casters. But Blackjack now just starting to circle around, waiting to see what Wave is going to be doing. But it doesn't seem like Wave are all too phased. I mean, they've moved in. They've kind of settled themselves in this positioning. And we've not seen a lot of activity really coming through, at least for Wave's current positioning, right? Once they get the chance, the opportunity, and the angles, that could spell a little bit of trouble then for Blackjack.
It really is a good position coming through from Wave Esports, which explains why they've decided to hold that position for the longest, not quite letting it go. And Blackjack Esports definitely recognize how crazy this position could be, how much advantage Wave Esports has, hence why they're letting so much smokes go out in order to just go a little bit of cover, just while to go for the send. But man, if you're going to push into that ditch, you need to go for a full send.
Yeah, but I think that is a good decision being made by Blackjack. Instead of it taking the full-on engagement, it does seem like they're looking to just disengage and maybe play it a little bit safer. Meanwhile, GREEDYFORKILLS, URUS still holding their standoff. We do see the players there from Blackhand also now just advancing a slight tad bit forward. Ab Golden pretty stationary. Timeout pretty stationary. But now we wait to see where this next zone is going to be taking us and who will have a potential upper hand. Of course, it moves all the way down south right towards Timeout.
I mean, I feel like Timeout have paid the zone gods right now because they've been getting the zones, the blessings from the PUBG Mobile gods from back to back. And Blackjack Esports, they're now coming for that full send, like I said. And the zone will not favor them. Petro trying to hold his end against Phoenix, but Phoenix will drop him as the rest of the Wave Esports find their way into the ditch. Emo is going to be able to get one back. They're down to 2, but Knock would fall. Emo, the last player left, and the third party is imminent onto him, coming in from the side there of Timeout, a grenade in hand from Amodi, sent it straight. It doesn't need to do too much damage. As that man goes for that full send, the 1v1 fight. The HP back up from the side of Himo, but Hamodi clutches that one as Blackjack Esports would survive with 2.
There we go. We see the heat now just getting dialed up yet again. And of course, it is eventually time for URUS and GREEDYFORKILLS to get into the altercation here. But down goes Momin. And all the pressure now turns to their final hopeful. It is looking pretty grim now as Rauf, a very capable player, starts to move up. Blackhand just waiting in the wing once again. And I think they're pretty reluctant to disengage because they want to see if there's a third-party opportunity.
Yep, they definitely are aware of the two teams in that compound, and you can already see them just waiting for their move into the circle. Rauf will be the first one to try to get in. GREEDYFORKILLS will put in a little bit of damage onto his side. But man, that is the least of their worries right now. They need to worry about how they're gonna maneuver and get around the side there of Blackhand, who seem to have all guns blazing towards their directions.
Well, Zuxi did pick up Rauf and send them backing, but now it is going to be Blackhand looking to leverage the elevation here. GREEDYFORKILLS finding themselves at a slight bit of a disadvantage. Meanwhile, Storm and Koa are going to be running into a few difficulties as well, but RUKH and Plaza still very capable of bringing the team back into contention. Nossa and Zuxi, having to make a very dangerous decision here, but you can see Zuxi just being met with so many hits, and Nossa trying to make a quick break for it.
Yeah, Nossa definitely used that teammate Zuxi as his punch card into the zone, and he definitely made an advantage of it. Storm would fall for the side here of Blackhand, but they would remain 3 up and continue onto the circle. CRYPTICS though, still up as a full squad, holding it quite nicely on that edge. So we're going to be back to that as Nossa does want to take his own against the side of Blackhand, but he's surrounded and he would eventually get sent back.
Oof. I mean, what a great bit of retaliation coming through here. Just looking to bounce back. When speaking about bouncing back, those hits are bouncing right back into Blackjack, as we did see Hamodi getting knocked down. And of course, Phonics a little bit further away, not really being able to lend a helping hand. But again, timeout being positioned there, smack dab center zone, and holding on to one of the few compounds still remaining in the zone.
Yeah, and it's a question of how many elims would they be able to get from that compound, because it's only a matter of time. They can see so much to the top of the hill, but it's a question of how well they can actually hold it, and if they can get some eliminations actually in that compound, as the zone would close up further. And now it's a battle between the high ground and the low ground. High ground currently being held by the side of Blackhand, and the low ground being held by the side there of Timeout.
Yeah, I mean, a low hand position is definitely not what you want, right? I don't think it's going to work out all too well, but you know, maybe it's worth the risk. We'll figure out exactly what a low hand looks like. But in the meanwhile, it is Icy still left there for triple, just holding strong, coming under a lot of fire. And we can see them now maybe getting sent on their merry way. Timeout definitely looking to leverage all the positioning they have at their disposal rather well.
Wow, English.
Yes.
English really, it's not with us today. But we are with you guys out here in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring season, as we do see the side of Blackhand now looking for positions in that circle. CRYPTICS would lose one player as they make it into the circle. They take down the side of Arab Golden, but the third party is really imminent, as Marshall and Senkai would survive with the slither of HP.
Yeah, a slither is sometimes all you need. But of course, now the players here from Timeout not going to be budging just yet. There's still quite a bit of altercations and fighting happening out on the edge of zone. Blackjack back in the swing of things, down to that 2-piece as we saw just a few moments ago. They're now going to be looking to find that next rotation. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS coming rather under fire as Blackhand sends it out. Hamodi playing a serious game of hide and seek out in the smokes. But unfortunately, they can't stay there too long.
I tell you, and the strength that the side there of Blackhand is showing right here, holding it up as a 3-man squad but playing like a full squad, and it's definitely biting them right now, as we see Koa now does get dropped from the side, almost biting more than they can chew, given that they're trying to take 2 fights at the same time.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a risky play, but here we go. It is going to be Blackjack now looking to push in. Out goes the nade. Beautiful placement as Plaza finds Phonics. And now it is all down to Hamodi, but I don't think Hamodi is going to dare push that positioning. Up comes the nade, and it is a clutch as Plaza locks it in.
He really locked it in. The one time they needed him, and he was able to pull up. Koa would get revived in the meanwhile, as CRYPTICS now decide to focus onto the side there of Timeout. El Chapo will fall, leaving Senke and Marshall, the last 2 players left. And I think the side here of Blackhand, they might just be getting a glimpse of what is happening. They might have a little bit of an idea.
They might, but maybe they don't. We don't know. We'll find out soon enough. Up comes RUKH.
Isn't it?
Just creeping a little bit closer, but still Black Hand not yet situated within that next phase. The same can, of course, be said here for CRYPTICS.
Yep, and CRYPTICS have to get into the circle. Now they've been spotted by the scouts coming through from the side there of Black Hand as he continues to search for those grenades onto the side there of Senke. It's the back and forth from both sides, and RUKH would get one to connect up onto Senke as he decides to leave that fight, going forward another position in the circle. And Black Hand right now, 8 eliminations, Triple Esports already up to 10. What is going on?
Don't forget about CRYPTICS. They were sitting on 9, so there's still quite a bit of a play at hand here. And Marshall sitting on the highest count there for the team 4 as an individual. But that is Koa taking himself down. Not the kind of play that you want at this point, but it's going to be icy. Just knowing that it is imminent. Black Hand going to come rushing around the corner. Oh, Plaza with the very close clutch and almost saying goodbye.
I promise you, it was the third party that actually took out the side there of Triple Esports. IC did look to be onto something, but the players there from Timeout would be lending a helping hand to the side there of Black Hand as they will be grabbing their revives up onto 2 players. But man, that revive coming through kind of almost sets the guys there for Black Hand on a good plat.
Oh yes, oh yes. So now it's all down to this last final push. It is going to be a 1v2v3, right? The 3 full players coming through from Black Hand versus Desha and Hazard coming in on timeout. And of course, Marshall just waiting in the wing, but that is not a good position to be in as we've now just made it into stage number 9. That means the blue zone is not going to wait. It will just push on forward, but now Black Hand trying to make a quick rotation, just trying to get themselves a little bit closer to center, but Koa finds Desha, and now it's all down to Hazard.
The bait worked perfectly, and that is exactly what they wanted, but CRYPTICS would be coming in to play spoiler for the side there of Black Hand, but they're not going to mind. They're not going to let it stop them. Hazard will get 1 player down, but Koa will come in to get the redemption that he needed. It's now a 1v1 for the second time. Marshall, he's heard it. He's coming in for the clutch. The grenade in hand. He's prepping it onto the side there of Black Hand. As Koa now has been spotted, the shots will be coming in through. Grenade would land, but the damage would not be found yet, as it is Koa going up against Marshall. 2 very strong players in the region.
Yes, definitely is. And of course, as you can see, it is going to be the players here from Black Hand sitting on those double-digit elims alongside CRYPTICS. Up comes the hit and down goes Marshall. Black Hand getting their winner chicken dinner, and a very, very well-deserved one indeed.
Very, very well deserved. They played so well on that northern edge of the circle. We questioned when they were going to get into the circle. We questioned when they were going to get into the zone from that eastern edge. But then they went up slowly but surely, playing third party at the perfect situations. And I just enjoyed the way they took the fight scrappy. You know, take out a couple of players here, take out a couple of players there, you know, before we get into the circle.
Well, let's check out a quick few highlights as well. Oh, sorry, we're waiting for them. We're not there just yet. I just heard highlights and it was like, let's go, let's go. But what an absolutely insane match this has been. I mean, Black Hand, things looked a little bit grim for them at one point, right? I'm not gonna lie. They were having me a little bit nervous, but then they just stepped up. They got into the groove, got into the momentum, and just kept on pushing, and they rushed it in. We gotta say, Marshall pushing up with that nade at the very, very end. Oof, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Man, that was not even the only close call they had. They had a close call against the side there of Triple Esports. I mean, IC came so close to taking them out, and the side there of Timeout did come in clutch with that third party, because if not for that third party, they would have gone out. Same thing could be said even going towards the final fight. I mean, Marshall was already onto something. He did get 1 player down for the side there of Black Hand, and man, it was so close. If he decided to go for that full send, I think it would have been more trouble, but that man with the grenade kind of slowed him down a little bit.
Just a little smidge, but as we know, they were already just running absolutely rampant, stepping up and locking in even more hits. And of course, yeah, I did see that one coming through from saying that you are smiling quite a bit. But let's continue with the smiles as we head over into the highlights. Oh, Grounds, I gotta say, just so insane to watch. I mean, yeah, I think it's quite fitting to see Blackhand stepping up, taking their very first winner chicken. And I'm pretty sure their supporters are gonna be very about that as well.
Definitely will be happy about that one, but I'm gonna draw the attention away from them for quite a while because I mean I'm liking what I'm seeing now from the Egyptian teams. I mean we're finally seeing timeout, standing up, doing well. I mean it's you can say they're zone blessed all day long, but man, it takes a whole lot of patience and courage to actually get into good
Mm.
positions in the circle.
Yeah, it's a tough game. It's a tough play to make, and of course they toughed it out, securing themselves those 10 points overall. But of course, then as we look at the teams sitting up in first, second, and third, very aggressive performances. I mean, CRYPTICS almost hitting the double digits, but triple and Blackhand just going over and above.
You know, I was having a discussion with someone the other day. Like, it's almost like these guys you can't trade it off. If you're going to get elims, you're going to get taken out early. If you're not going to get taken out early, you're most likely not going to get as many elims. We've not seen any team breach actually pass that 12 elimination points and get a winner chicken dinner. And we can see it just going on out here. I mean, look at Arab Golden, 7 elims, but they only got 2 points from the placements.
Yeah, but I'm very happy that you said not yet, right?
Mhm.
I think therein lies the importance of it, because I'm pretty sure, based on the performances that we've had so far, that is something that could just be around the corner. But due to the fact that we had such an aggressive performance coming through from our teams on that first page, things are looking a little bit worse for wear when we move on to second, right? Everyone here pretty much sitting on only one single point, aside, of course, for the players there from the Virtual Gaming Squad.
I mean, Virtual Gaming Squad did meet their end quite early on going into that game. But still, the rest of these teams, as much as I said, do not get the donut, I do not mean go out with 1 point. You know, I mean, this idea of Titan gaming, this is not something that I would really see from them, from Titan all the time. Same thing I'm said about Lag. I mean, they just won a winner chicken dinner. Now, going into this game and finishing in 11th, I do not want to start the win curse going on out here in the PMPLs, because I mean we've been seeing it of recent that a team that wins the first game or the previous game would end up playing bad or going out early in the next game. And I'm hoping that trend is not about to start. Like Esports, you've got to behave.
Well, the good news is the next map is going to be Erangel again, right? So there's not much changing. We could see a potential change in that flight path, also where the zones are going to be going. But aside from that, not much else will be all too different. And of course, we are going to be taking a very quick break, so be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards. Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season right here on the desk with myself, DK, and of course, Groundscast. And Grounds, game number 3 is just around the corner.
Yep, yet another Erangel game. You know, normally this is where we'd see Sanhok, but this time it's going to be Erangel coming in clutch one more time. And this is where, you know, teams that have played in the previous Erangel game now know what to expect. And this trend we're seeing today, I mean, this last Erangel game, we did see that we did see the last zone come up and close up. Are we gonna see that again going into this game?
Oh, we don't know. We don't know just yet. But as we know, it is going to be RUKH Esports Smash Team, RUKH, as well as VISTA joining us out on the battlefield. And unfortunately, there won't be any Black Hand, TIMEOUT Clan, URUS, or Vampires. So they got to just hope that what they did on the previous Erangel would be enough to secure them to where they are.
Yep, definitely. All hopes high, all fingers crossed. And I think this rest actually coming in through could actually work too. You know, get a little bit of rest, gather as much information as possible. And one thing I'm looking at, DK, is this elimination battle coming through.
Oh, and it's going to be quite a bit of a battle indeed, as we know. There's not a lot of ground to play at here. I mean, that flight path also going to be throwing a few in the mix, and I'm curious to see just exactly where these teams are going to be able to get themselves situated, because that zone, oh, that could be coming next. It's either going to be complementary, or it could maybe move up into that northeastern side. Oh!
Oh, DK, you just had to say it.
Well, I had to.
Just
Someone has
had
to.
say it. Right, well, definitely that's what these teams are fun. And I feel like these teams right now will be wondering, who did we offend? Definitely not the PUBG Mobile gods that you've offended, because these guys, this zone, it's not the best at all.
Well, not the best for the teams, definitely not. But it is going to be very exciting for us to see what is going to come through. Of course, already we do have a little bit of an altercation happening all the way up into this northern edge, as it is RUKH and Smash team, with Smash losing their first, as Danzo is about to be Dunzo. Oof. Yep, there we go. A little bit of shoddy action coming through early on. And now it opens things up for Smash to maybe venture, well, elsewhere. It does seem like they're heading up in towards Georgia Ball.
Yep, definitely they have to go get looted up. And I think this is one of those skirmishes that happen when you're trying to go so far away from that playing path, which is what those teams have opted to do out there. I'm very impressed to see the side of Blackjack Esports actually making it all the way to Zaki, given the way that playing path was. And I do not know, those guys are actually pilots, no longer players anymore.
But as we know, Blackjack, they like to drop in and around that region, right? They like to play a little bit more of that Zaki action, at least for the looting stage. But as we look a little bit further down to the southwestern side, I mean, there's not a lot of opportunity for loot here, as it is going to be Lag and VISTA getting right down to business. And Mexico, yeah, could have a little bit more spice on the plate.
Definitely not an engagement that Mexico wants right now. His teammates are not close to him. This is actually the second time we're seeing this thing going on with the side of Lag Esports. First time it was it was with Escanor. This time it is Mexico all alone, having to face off in a 1v4, but he does seem to be holding up quite well. He's able to fall 2 players down from the side there of Vista Gaming, as Mozaro looks to get the revive up.
I mean, that's very, very cheeky from Mexico, but Mozaro is not going to allow too much of that cheek to come through. And unfortunately, Lag has now been reduced to 3. And Vista regain a little bit of ground. They can now continue to try and just enjoy a few of their spoils, but also maybe focus on that positioning much further in towards the eastern side.
Yeah, hopefully they can focus now on the rotation, as the game would continue. No waiting, no procrastinating. Lag Esports, though, I feel like I have to mention it, right? We saw this happen in the last game, and this is the reason why we like two Erangels, coming after each other, because we know that the mistake you made in the first Erangel, you do not want to make it in the second Erangel. And it looks like Lag Esports definitely repeating mistakes, and I don't like it. I don't get what the play is.
Yeah, not quite sure what the play is. I have to agree with you on that. But also now, as we look over on towards that Headshot Hills area, it is going to be the players there from Wave, the Mind Weapon, as well as Mo Esports, getting ready to kind of duke it out, as all 3 of these teams now look for a bit of an approach back into that zone, looking for a bit of a spot to call home, at least for the time being. But I like what Wipe Boy is doing here, just waiting to see whether or not Wave could present a bit of an opportunity.
This is the points where you do not want to lose your guard. You know, we've been saying this. Like, this is not the PMPL Africa right now. You do not want to be caught slacking. And, you know, you can just see the patience coming through from Wipe Boy out there as he's just holding on. Max is going to be doing the same thing too. And it's a question of, did Petrox spot him? Because, man, they are being so patient.
Yeah, a lot of trigger discipline coming through here. I mean, we got Delharp also just waiting in the wing, and this is a beautiful setup coming through from the Mind Weapon as they strike, and there we go. One knockdown and a few more to go.
Trigger discipline at its finest, understanding what was going on, deciding to shoot at the right time. Definitely we love to see the AKM in the hands of White Boy is completely hazardous as he's able to get one more player down from the side here of Wave Esports.
Yeah, well, we can say that Wave needs to wave goodbye to their initial strat, and now they need to change it up. But White Boy also coming under a little bit of fire, as we can see the players there from Mo Esports. At least the two players that have moved up, being Hainsley and Bum Bum. Now, just trying their hand at a little bit of that third-party opportunity. But I like this proactiveness coming through. I mean, we've said before, right? Mo Esports, they show some great initiatives, some great positionings that they look to play. And I think this was an absolutely wise decision being made here by Bum Bum and Hainsley. Instead of pushing further into that altercation, disengaging and just retreating back into safety.
Yeah, I think MEA Esports is one of those strategic teams. Those teams that like to play the strategy, like to play it smart, like to play it cool, right? And it does work out for them in terms of positioning, right? I mean, that is the fights that they were not supposed to take. But I mean, when we look at the elimination counts coming through from that team, you kind of want to force them to actually get, you know, all aggressive, because I mean, this style of play is not working out for them. Starting the day off, they were actually sitting at the bottom of the tables.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, there's no better way to get yourself out of that bottom spot other than to just double down and get aggro and see what you can get. And I mean, if Mo Esports continue like this, there could be some really great plays coming through for them in the remaining games still available here today.
Yeah, hopefully they're able to step up to the challenge. That is exactly what I want to see. I like what I'm seeing. Like I said, with the bottom teams actually doing well, but Mo Esports actually need to get better on that one, right? You know, we've seen Timeout stand up. We've seen the side of Blackjack Esports also play a couple of great games so far. So I mean, on the bottom of the table, now is the time to wake up. Man, these statistics from RUKH Esports though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we said it before. They are very reminiscent of Titan Gaming in the previous season, and I'm curious to see what is going to happen once they meet up, right? Once RUKH and Titans really start going at each other here. But in the meanwhile, all the way up into Yasnaya Poliana, if Black Hand were here, this is exactly where they would be, alongside the virtual gaming squad now, just going about their business.
Once again, the research comes through for these teams. As we see virtual gaming, you know they've done their homework, understanding that there is no slime in the lobby. Oh, sorry, there is no Black Hand in the lobby, which means you can head all the way to Yasnaya Poliana, and that's exactly what they've done. But this next zone shift, as we're about to see, centers up quite nicely. And if I do not know better, this is one of those crazy zones that we might be seeing just in the outskirts of the school.
Yep. Yep, it could maybe be a little bit of that coming through, but it also looks like, you know, I think RUKH is also going to be some pretty prime positioning to play from, and you can see just by the mass convergence of teams that, you know, things are going to really start heating up. Think about the heat. Up comes El Chapo and the rest of the CRYPTICS now trying to chase down Skydo.
Car chase, run over,
Ooh.
everything you want, delivered by the CRYPTICS team, as they're able to take out the side there of Mo Esports. It's going to be Skydo going out for the time being. But I just enjoyed that proactivity that we saw from the team. The instant that zone closed up, every team on the map, you just see the vehicle icon popping up. Everyone decided to start going into the circle because they understand this is one circle that is tricky. There's so many bridges involved, which means there's so many places you could get camped by the teams.
Yeah, and camping is definitely not all too nice once it comes in your way. But meanwhile, it's going to be the players here from Vista just trying to get ahead of Triple as it is now. Still, a long, treacherous play all the way back into the safety of the zone. Triple stat also looking pretty decent. I mean, 6.33 elims. That is a healthy dose of eliminations that they are quite capable of.
Man, you've got to give them their flowers. I mean, IC has actually been on something else today. We've seen him pulling clutch in 2 games now in a row. And that man, we do know players like this, players like IC, once they tap into their element, it's almost impossible to stop them.
Well, let's see what other elements could be at play here as Quality, you know, looks to do a little bit of assurance. Just peeking through the windows, we got Zar just hanging in the wing, trying to keep a steady angle in the shack and not get taken down just yet. But it's a pretty tough play. I mean, it's only Zar and White Boy. Those are the only 2 contenders left now for the Mind Weapon.
Yep, find himself in the center of the circle. I think they're one of those teams that like to hold it up in the center of the circle. We did see that come through from them in the last Erangel game, and this game they've done it again. This time it's not quite working well for them, and I would understand why you want to play the center circle right now, because obviously you want to be in the school area. There's a whole lot of compounds that you could find yourself in, and I guess they were not just quite able to get into the compounds right on time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but as we know, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. And of course, Smash could still get quite a few hits coming in here if they play, the positioning, play their numbers. But now it is a mad send on forward. Ooh, but RUKH, yeah, they're gonna be in a bit of a troubling force here as Smash just narrowly escapes over that ridge line. But it does seem like they're going to be taking a full send, trying to maybe sneak up into those northern territories, looking all the way down to the southern side towards Potato Hill. This is now Vista, Titans, and of course then Triple, all just bashing heads.
And Titans realizing that that is a no-go area. We see the instant retreat coming through from them as they will head out in all sorts of directions. There's absolutely no play right now. They're just trying to get out of there as quickly as possible, leaving the side there of VST and what team is that? And Triple Esports to fight them.
Yeah, I see Old Boy, Chemo, and Thor. They've got to come thundering down this Potato Hill and maybe looking for a bit of a position just towards that more centralized region. But as we know, that blue zone is going to start closing up in just a few more moments. And this gives an opportunity for Bizk to bring Cacao back into the fight. But meanwhile, Smash, oh, just facing off against RUKH. And it does seem like things are quite troubling now, especially for Black Lost.
Yep, Blacklost finds himself in a whole world of danger right now. There isn't so much that he can do as Elias, his cover fire that he was expecting will get dropped. He has to hold on in this one situation. Looking towards going for the pre-fire, and Rami is going to be OP with that one as he does take it down. And look at this. The side here of RUKH Esports already meeting up to that 8 elimination per Erangel game that they get to. I mean, we've only lost a couple of teams so far, but man, they're already sitting on 6 elimination, and this is just phase 3.
Yep, they're coming in hot, right? They're coming in hot and swinging. They want to see where they can push all the way towards next. And of course, the teams will now continue to move onwards as we are still waiting for our final 3 teams to make that entry into the zone. CRYPTICS just getting themselves situated up in towards Rozhok. And I think that's going to be an interesting position, especially seeing that we've got RUKH just north of that. And I think that's the most likely point for RUKH to try and rotate towards.
Yeah, but then it becomes tricky for RUKH Esports to make it into this next circle. All bridges will have teams watching them. We can see the bridge on the western side being held by the side there of More Esports. The bridge on the east being held by the side there of the World of Battle. Man, it's going to be tough. And even still on that western side, you have CRYPTICS somewhere in there. So you know it's definitely going to get crazy if they try to get into the circle.
Well, let's see what it will bring. Of course, still a lot of fighting has to come through, and with this being smack dab center zone, Arab Golden can't really relinquish too much of this current positioning. I mean, they are also still in contention, fighting to see how many points they can get and whether or not they could maybe just inch their way a little bit further up the overall standings.
Yep, but right now, being in the apartment buildings, maybe not the best. Apartment buildings, easy to stay in, easy to hold, hard to get out of. And man, I'm pretty sure they're happy right now that that zone would focus on them one more time, as we do get the school being in the smack dab center of the circle.
Yeah, I think there are a few lessons that are going to be coming through, at least based on the current zone positioning. But now, greedy for kills and what is left of lag. Well, at least one of the lag players. I mean, they've taken a very interesting approach, gone for that 1-2 split, and Rhino could now come rushing straight into the rest of the opposition here. That is Escanol with a warm welcome coming in. Off goes the confirmation, and now Greedy could find themselves in a little bit of a troubling play.
Man, they're going to continue with the full send, not minding that they've lost one player. As the full send will come through, Nosa would also fall tonight. Make that Escanor, but it wouldn't matter. Zoxy will be the last player left for that squad. And we can see him driving off in the distance, hoping to find solace, hoping to find a safe spot in that circle.
Well, all these safe spots need to be locked down as Knight quickly finishes up Nosa. But now comes the hard work, at least for Lag. But as we jump straight back into the hot heat seat, there's going to be Virtual Gaming Squad and Arab Golden doing their dance around the block. The Virtual Gaming Squad already taking quite a few blows. And Arab Golden actually seem to have a bit of an upper hand. Yes, indeed they do, as Broly sneaks a cheeky one in with that DBS.
Definitely playing out well, and we don't see this much shotguns being used in Erangel, but right now they are bringing the Sanhok vibe into Erangel, the side there of Arab Golden, as they're looking to hold up. Malek though does look to hold up for his team, warding the side of Arab Golden with that grenade, but there's only so much you can do when you're left as a two-man squad. Rugal has got a grenade of his own, sends it through, gets eye shot down, but Malek would be down to, man, if I scream his name too much, he's gonna get me.
Yeah, you're not wrong in saying that. It's insane just how lucky a few of these players are. But now with Broly venturing up with that DBS, I think Malek could be running out of luck as the rush is just around the corner. There we go. Great bold move is being made. Getting 2 in the trade though. Wow.
Oh, Malek, you have done it. You do not need the DBS. He's holding the DBS and a shotgun. That man is all CQC right now. He wants nothing to do with long range. But oh my goodness, Arab Golden, Rugal will fall. You know what they say? Eliminates by shotgun, go down by shotgun.
Yeah, that is DBS and S12K for the clutch. But let's see whether or not Bisk going to be able to get the job done as they send a few of the utilities out, trying to keep Malek at bay. But so far, as you've said, right, Malek is geared up and ready to rumble. You can now just keep on rushing forward. But I love this discipline and caution being shown here by Malek.
Yep. Man is holding it up because he knows he has the advantage. He's just going to chill because there's so many rooms. He knows that VST cannot send a grenade in all the rooms possible. So they would eventually have to forcefully push upstairs. But this grenade that he's got in hand, he sends them to the wrong direction. They're upstairs. But this man is down one floor.
Oh, that is a pretty lucky play, if you can say that. But, well, I mean, let's see how far the luck is going to be taking them. Also, pretty limited on the ammo there, down to 11. So every shot needs to count. If you look at Mazzaro, I mean, 152 rounds after that mag is empty. So, yeah, that is Bisk now rushing in. Malek come in swinging, picking up yet another knock. But let's see, will they get it? No, the pre-fire. But what an insane performance that was from Malek nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely nice. It would have been better if he continued with that DBS. But man, if you're getting pushed by 3, the chances of survival only reduces as you keep going. But anyway, lag Esports now, they have to get into the circle, and like they're so split up right now. I wonder how it's working out for them. I'm not gonna bash it just yet, but right now it looks like they're foiling up, looking to get ready to get into the circle. But with this zone being over at that school area, there is so much open field, it becomes so hard to find a spot to hold.
Yeah, but that's what we want to see, right? We want to see these teams finding it difficult to find a decent positioning. So much more worth it. There we go. The third-party hits come through as Wave pop off and pick in a few shots here now. Titan looking to capitalize as well. They spotted lag, but not being able to land enough of those hits to make a difference. But Triple Esports, meanwhile, looking pretty good all the way down towards that southwestern side. And I mean, they just sitting back and looking on as everyone else is fighting.
Yep, it looks like they will soon stop looking As the side of Lag Esports will be sending it straight into their location. I guess that is visitors for them. It's a question of how Triple Esports would hold their end against the threats that is Lag Esports.
Well, let's see how threatening they will be. As we know, Triple also a very, very capable team. But here we go. Escanor sends out the first few utilities. Triple and Titans also just off in the distance. World of Battle being hunted, as we can see up in the distance there as well. After not really knowing where to go. But this could be a glorious bait and switch play that we are looking at here. But now Thor. Oh, tries to reach in, doesn't quite get it. Bum follows through with a little bit of action, but here we jump straight up on towards that RUKH hill, and this is now all down to what the World of Battle can do with this elevation.
Yep, and I see a whole world of hurt for the side of CRYPTICS and RUKH Esports if they try to get out of RUKH at the moment. 6 eliminations onto the side of CRYPTICS, and they do look to be strong, which means they've got the momentum behind their back. They might be able to send a couple of shots back at the World of Battle if they do send any their way. But it looks like they'll be finding their way into the circle, playing it a little bit carefully at the point, placing their focus onto RUKH Esports, who's down to just 1.
Yeah, we also did see the players there from Lag getting taken down. It was Triple who just laid waste to them. But again, there's so much carnage just riding on the around the corner. As you got Titans just looking over towards Triple, waiting for a bit of an opportunity here, not wanting to really relinquish their current positioning. But based on this next zone shift, they could be forced to do exactly that.
Yeah, that zone shift would be the one to determine where all of these teams would have to play. If it favors the school, the side of Wave Esports, more Esports, they will be very jubilant. But right now, it's going to be wraps and curtains. Oh! Oh!
Oh, here we go. Come on. Wanted looking to now just pick up a bit of a trade. It is VISTA down below. They've come a knocking. But Wanted now trying to hold on for dear life, and things are looking pretty tough, at least on the side here of Arab Golden. I mean, VISTA, oh, there we go. Those mollies, that could be the ticket now, but it is going to be Bisk on fire. Koa trying to reach in. Still an off we are, but not seeing the end of the road just yet.
Man, Wanted is holding up so nicely, and I wonder how he's still alive. The side of VST have to push him, but they're down to 2. They're trying to let the grenades do the talking, but Beast will fall. Wanted down to a slither of HP. Kakao has to go for the revive. He hears the first aid upstairs, and I think Wanted definitely knows that the third party came through, reloads the DBS, looking to go downstairs. A little bit of hesitation coming through from that man as the revive will come through up onto Bisk. Now up the stairs would come Kakao, but he would fall to the shotgun of Wanted. As Wanted will continue up on the push. The stairs does seem to be what he wants. He wants the elimination, but BSK will take him down.
Oh, that was beautiful, right? The shoddy on shoddy action coming through here, but look at Hemo. Also just waiting in the wing. Meanwhile, CRYPTICS are going to come rushing in on full force over on towards the World of Battle, and it is a world of pain that they experience as they get absolutely obliterated. But the Titan team now down to 1. Teak trying to maybe pop off a quick few cheeky hits there.
How did that happen? How did the World of Battle allow the side of CRYPTICS push up the hill? That was the one advantage that they had against the side of CRYPTICS, and they let CRYPTICS push. CRYPTICS getting the knock up onto Titans, and now they're pushing up onto the Titans. 11 elims, and we're beginning to see the CRYPTICS that we saw on day 1.
Yeah, not only day 1, but also the CRYPTICS we saw in the previous seasons. But where will this go? Where will this end as CRYPTICS now look to leverage this elevation even more so down on towards the Titans? And we can see that blue zone just being 1 minute and a bit of change away from closing up yet again. But the fighting up north is nowhere close to done, as Teak and Axa could still make quite a bit of a difference here.
Yep, we know how strong this duo could be. Teak and Axer going through, and that experience with the patience and the kind of the resistance coming through from the side here of CRYPTICS. They're deciding to take their time, not overextending onto that fight as they want to push as a unit. El Chapo on the cover fire, Marshall leading the charge, and we can see Senke just following up closely behind with Lazy Boy sending the grenades onto the side here of Titans as they look for that intro knock. Oops.
Ooh, well, of course, that vehicle not parked in the right place. Instead, it gets moves get rather moved up a little bit, but here we go as the Cryptics now get ready to descend down upon Titan Gaming. Teague trying to send out a full barrage of utilities. It is mollies, it is grenades all over the place, but that is not going to deter the Cryptics from claiming a bit of a position here. Up they come, Lazy Boy, just fishing for those hit markers through the smoke, but it is going to be a full-on force as the health bars now drop super down low.
Well, Tick will eventually fall, and the same fate will befall Senke. Sorry, we'll make that Axer as he does fall to Senke. And Cryptics, though, 12 eliminations. They might be looking to break it now.
Yeah, I think Cryptics are on an absolute rampage here, looking to prove why they are here and how capable they are. But of course, it is now down to Mo Esports, Hansley and Bum Bum holding on to that very southern edge. Now having to rotate all the way back into the safety of Zone. Wave still having their numbers here. Ooh, but a little bit of that, the Mind Weapon team action just alongside them could maybe throw a few spanners in the works.
Right now, I'm posing the question, how do these teams that were in the school, how do they want to get out of this position they find themselves in? Cryptics have got all eyes on the building, and they're sending all the bullets there. The side there of the Mind Weapon would get wiped as Cryptics would continue to increase that elimination count. They would continue, but Mo Esports now, they have to find a way out of the school area, and they're running out of time.
Yeah, they are definitely running out of time, but I mean, Cryptics, as you've already said, right, just looking so phenomenal. And I think this is that opportunity for Cryptics to rise to the occasion. Bum Bum getting spotted, down they go. El Chapo with an easy clap coming through. Hansley also now feeling the pressure as the shots rain in, that health bar starting to diminish. But look at Triple, still holding on with a full force alongside the players here from Cryptics.
Yep, Cryptics on 14 elims, Triple on 6. Well, it does look like as Cryptics are getting the knock, Triple Esports are taking it. As Wave Esports, they've got a lot of smokes to protect them, but we all know those smokes do not provide too much cover. The bullets could still find their way through. As we do see Lazy Boy coming down, trying to see if he can get an off angle onto the side there of Wave Esports. They've got all the terrain advantage that they need, Cryptics, and it's just a matter of when.
Yep, it is just a matter of when indeed. Senke now getting taken down. El Chapo there to lend a helping hand, and that is going to be Mo Esports being backed up. But oh, Wave now falling victim as Gaddafi gets dealt a very heavy hand. Hemo trying to just bring them back into contention, but I don't see this working out for them as Triple now just picks up a few of the hits, and off they go. That is Wave down for the count. Our final two teams, a full force of Triple Esports, a full force of Cryptics, getting ready to just rumble for yet another time.
Wow, this is weird to see. We don't see this too often. All players of Triple Esports get into the vehicles, and that does seem to work for the time being, as they would stop Marshall in his tracks. Kimo will fall, but that is not enough to stop the side there of Triple Esports, as the Cryptics, they're nowhere close. Revive might just come through.
Well, it could, but let's see. Is it going to be on the board? Now Cryptics down to 3. Oh, but things are looking pretty shaky on the side there of Triple. They've now been completely caught on the outside of that zone, and this is the opportunity for Cryptics to mount a full-on aggressive line here. But will it come to fruition? As you can see, Triple now, sending it in. Old Boy finds Senke, and the first line of aggression being dealt with.
The trade coming through from both teams is beautiful to watch. You knock my player, I knock your player. But Cryptics would lose one more, as Lazy Boy would be the last player for the squad. The airdrop is the last thing that looks like cover for him, as Triple Esports still up with 2. 9 elimination, looking to be the kryptonite to the side there of Cryptics as they continue up on the push. All the thirst being claimed now by Triple Esports, as I see. I've said it, that man has been on fire all day.
Yeah, they definitely have been, but let's see what Lazy Boy's going to do. Look at that, though. I mean, 17 elims. They have set a new standard here, breaking the 15 that they brought in before. I mean, that was the team that got 15, right? That was Cryptics. But let's see what Lazy Boy is going to be able to do here. It is going to be a 1v2 showdown. Oh, unfortunately, Cryptics will not claim that winner with a chicken dinner. Instead, Triple Esports walking away victorious.
Man, Triple Esports, they played it nice all the way from the south. Decided to play quiet when they needed to be quiet. They took out the Titans and then they found their way into the circles. They were the ones taking out all the big teams, taking out all the big names that we were anticipating. I mean, Titan Gaming looking so strong on the heel of school appointments. It went all downhill when they decided to try to come down the hill, and then the side there of Triple Esports were there to welcome them back into the lobby. But you've got to admire the way CRYPTICS played in that game.
I mean, it was CRYPTICS of old, right? They stepped up, as you were talking about it before, right? CRYPTICS being the team to get the highest eliminations before, which was 15. Now they doubled down on their efforts, pushing it all the way to 17. I mean, that is absolutely insane. So regardless of where they finished with regards to placement points, those elimination points going to pay so much dividends to them. So absolutely phenomenal play, but you got to give credit there. Triple Esports just doing some phenomenal things out on the battlefield.
Yeah, definitely phenomenal. I mean, maybe not getting the most points in this game, but still, I believe that was 19 to 20 points that they were able to gather coming out from this game. Definitely what they would have wanted, the results that they expected from that one. But man, when you have the likes of CRYPTICS in the lobby doing so much damage, they kind of make 10 or 9 elims look like a small thing.
It just looks like another day at the office. So, I mean, that is pretty scary to have that, right? Have a team that you know is capable of securing themselves well over 10 eliminations. But of course, speaking about all of this, we are going to hop into the highlights. So, enjoy. Well, some pretty insane action. I mean, we've only rather just stepped into the end of our third match, and it's felt like we've already seen so much happening out on this battlefield grounds.
Yep, a whole lot has happened, and this is what happened. Sanhok did set the pace for all these games, and Erangel, the first game, continued to hold that pace. And then we just finished this last Erangel game, which just gets me wondering. We did see the side of RUKH Esports get 6 eliminations, and the damage and the numbers that they're able to pull up in this map of Erangel is mind blowing.
Yeah, it definitely is. But you're gonna say, right? It looks like a glorious performance out on this first page. I mean, Arab looking strong, RUKH looking strong. It's great to see MEA Esports also clutching up a few more points, right? Sitting on 5, and that is what we want to see. Teams just finding that extra little bit, right? And now they need to try and find the momentum and push further forward because, as you said before, right, they started off the day not in the best position with regards to points, but fortunately, they were able to climb onto that first page for this match. And looking at second page, again, a little bit grim, but GREEDYFORKILLS still being able to capitalize on those eliminations.
Yeah, and I enjoy the way GREEDYFORKILLS have been playing, especially from day 2, right? They're making sure that regardless of what happens, a bad game would be a game with points for them, right? So they're not ultimately going out with 0 points to their name. You see them always getting a couple of elimination, a couple of points to actually hold on to keeping their position, at least not losing their position for too long or for too much on the leaderboards. But man, I've got to talk about Titan Gaming and TEAMLAG. I mean, TEAMLAG always going on that split, not working out for them. And Titan Gaming, the Titans just seem to be asleep today.
Yeah, I don't know what's currently cooking on the Titan squad side, but, you know, maybe we'll see them start to bounce back as we head over in towards our upcoming Miramars. Again, we want to see the Titans of old step up, right? We've already had a glorious showcase coming through from CRYPTICS, so it is only about time to have Titans step up to the plate. But speaking about plates, we are going to be taking a very quick break, and next up, we'll be returning with our very first Miramar of the day.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season right here on the desk with myself, DK and Grounds. And of course, if you're just joining us, you've missed out on a very exciting first 3 games. Just in the last match, we had the CRYPTICS breaking the mold, heading up with 17 eliminations. And that just makes me so curious to see what is going to come through as we venture into game number 4. Of course, we are going to be moving over into the luscious desert. That doesn't really go in the same sentence, but you know what I mean, right? Luscious with regards to eliminations and opportunity as the teams now get to step out and show us what they can bring.
And man, we've seen so much action, and we've not even seen a single Miramar game. We've not got into the Miramar madness that we normally would see. And man, I feel like this Miramar would be holding a whole lot of opportunities, right? Because we know Miramar is that map where a couple of teams seem to be stronger on. I'm talking about the likes of Titan Gaming. We know Miramar to be one of their strong foods. Same thing can be said about CRYPTICS also. I mean, even Lag Esports, we saw them win a winner chicken dinner on day 2 in Miramar. So I'm looking forward to what this Miramar is going to present to us.
Yep, quite a bit to look forward to. And of course, with this, we need to give a big shout out to Monster Energy as well, our official energy drink partner right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. Now, I want to see the teams really embracing their inner monster as they step out on towards Miramar, right? We've been building up to this. We started over on Sanhok. We added in a little bit more space, moving over into 2 games of Erangel. But now we're getting ready to move over into 2 games of Miramar. And as we know, game number 4, that marks the point where we know the players from Group B are going to be sitting this one out. So Group B is going to be Blackjack, TEAMLAG, Titan Gaming, and of course Triple Esports. So it is going to be quite a bit of pressure now for them to try and make up for that coming into the last Miramar of the day.
Yes, sir. We know, like, now they would see how the teams are playing this Miramar game, and now they know exactly the momentum to bring into the final Miramar game of the day. But man, we talk about Miramar. If the side there of Titan is sitting out, it does give a whole lot of these teams so much to look forward to, especially going into this first Miramar. You want to take advantage of Miramar just before the rest of this team do.
Yes, so the heat is going to be on. But speaking about the heat being on, right? Game number 4, as we can see up at the top, also marks the last match for Group A. So Arab Golden, CRYPTICS, MEA Esports, and Wave Esports really have to bring their all as they step out. I mean, we could see the scores also updating at the top of the screen, and I gotta say things are getting pretty close. But 3 teams already sitting up on the century, and it is of course then a few of our participating teams currently that will need to try and push that extra little bit further. I mean, we do know CRYPTICS, they are finishing up with their last game. So if they're trying to finish on a strong footing, this is going to be the match in which they should do that.
Yeah, and man, when we say strong food in CRYPTICS, we actually mean a winner chicken dinner. Because right now, CRYPTICS would be first if they did have enough winner chicken dinner. But I think that tiebreaker goes over to winner chicken dinner first before we start to look at other statistics. So the side there of CRYPTICS, they need to put the points in play. But it's good to see that we've got 3 teams right now that are currently averaging 10 points per game. I mean, sitting up there
Mhm.
in first, second, third, they already have 100 points, and we've only gone 10 games so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty insane, but that just shows you the level of gameplay that these teams are bringing to this season. And I mean, we said it, I said this back in day one, right? This is absolutely insane to look at the level of performance that these teams are bringing, and we are only in the first phase. This is only phase one. Now imagine how this is going to develop as we progress moving through our phases, right? Phase two, phase three, just before those finals. I think these teams are going to be absolute beasts once they get there.
Yeah, and man, speaking of beasts, these teams need to wake their beast up. And I'm talking about Timeout and Vampires, especially Vampires. We've not really seen them wake up to this lobby, at least not today. Maybe they don't plan to do it this phase, but I just have to remind Vampires right now. You guys realize there's bonus points on the line, and that is dependent on where you finish at the end of the phase. So right now, Vampires, you need to do something. And right now, I'm looking forward to seeing what Timeouts would be able to show us as we head into their first Miramar game for today.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to argue about, well, you know, what you've just said there, but also, still, I want to see what Mo Esports are going to be bringing in, right? This is their last opportunity, their last chance today to lock in as many points as they can possibly find. But we are seeing a slow increase. The increase is there. We just want to see it now. Just go a little bit further forward so that things start evening out. And I got to say, the gap that we have on the overall standings is definitely starting to close. But of course, we are also then prepping ourselves to see what that Miramar is going to bring on through as we are prepping to jump straight into that flight path. It is just around the corner. So without any further delay, here we are, as we can see it now, starting up in Campo Militar and heading straight over on towards the western side.
Yes, sir. That is exactly what we're going in for in Miramar. Not the best of playing parts, if you ask me. I mean, it is good. It does allow for a couple of cities, but if you're one of those teams that like to land in Los Leones, Impala, Puerto Paraiso, you know you're in for a long drive.
Oh, yes. Well, of course, a little bit of a drive is never a bad thing. I think it is all going to come down to pretty much what that zone will be bringing in as well. But an interesting thing to look at is what this flight path is allowing for our teams here, right? They still have relative ease of access moving into a town, into a city like Picado, potentially even Minas Generales. But if they want to go down to Los Leones, go to Impala, you know, maybe even Val del Mar, it is going to take a little bit more determination and focus for the teams to get to that point. And whether or not that is going to be feasible will all be reliant on our very first zone.
Yes, sir. And we're looking forward for that zone to actually pull up. And we do see this idea of timeout going for the Campo Militar drop. That is actually interesting to see from them. But we still have that hot drop. I was just about to mention it. The side there of Vampires and Team URUS. I wouldn't expect this hot drop again coming through from this team, given that they've played what, 4 Miramar games so far? Or maybe three as both of them together. But still, I don't expect this San Martin hot drop to still be a thing.
I mean, they're persistent, right? We'll give them that. They are persistent. They do not want to relinquish their positioning at all. So let's see who's going to be the team to walk out of here victorious. Will it be Urus? Will it be Vampires? We don't know. But I mean, the last time they were fighting in Miramar, it was a very costly fight. And the team that got to leave did so with only one player.
Look at that. And that is not what you want. I mean, the players there from Urus do have a good setup, if you ask me. Having the side there of Vampire Esports kind of cornered up or kind of boxed up in the middle. You might just be able to take an advantage of it so far. I mean, but they've got all 4 players actually out there in the center, which maybe may not work. I look forward to seeing how both teams would handle themselves because it does look like nobody wants to relinquish or nobody actually wants to relax out here in San Martin.
Well, there's no time to relax in the desert, but here we go. The shots starting to come through. Ninja trying to pop off a little bit of that craziness, and Weiss was, of course, on the receiving end. But aside from the hot drop that we've got here, we also do have a little bit of a something, right, coming through towards the edge there of Los Leones. We got many teams now looking to get themselves situated. By this, I'm of course referring to the players from Wave and the World of Battle, but nothing all too serious. Just not haven't happened yet on that edge. So for the time being, we'll see what the Vampires and URUS are going to be doing.
Yep, and it's gonna be the battle in San Martin. They're gonna waste a whole lot of time because both teams not I wouldn't say scared to push, but it's almost you have to gather as much information as possible before you start to run outside. And it's stressful to actually watch these two teams going at it for this long, because I mean both teams not quite sitting so well on the leaderboards. URUS Esports currently sitting in 13th and the side of Vampires in 19th. Both teams actually do not need this game, or do not actually need to go out early this game.
Yeah, they don't need to, but someone has to, as they need to kind of make it away from here. But point situation wise, it is going to be a little bit more important for the Vamp to have success, because they are lacking a little bit with regards to those points. So they could definitely do with a healthy injection of a few additional points coming in their direction.
Yes, sir. They actually do need those points right now. Anyway, Wavy Sports still look nice up there on that southern side of the circle, maybe southwestern side of the circle, looking quite all right. I actually want to point out the fact that the side there of Timeout were able to jump themselves up the leaderboards. I mean, they're currently seated quite higher, but it does look like we'll be waiting on that one as URUS will get started with the side there of Vampires.
Here we go. The first knock is in. Ooh, nice fair exchange coming through, but up comes Savage looking to get that confirmation. Oh, there we go. Finds the second. That is now 2 down for URUS. Oh, it does seem like Vampire, looking to flex themselves a little bit here and get the upper hand.
Yeah, they definitely have the upper hand. The question is, are they going to lose it? Last time we did see them pull away from the fight, but this time it looks like they're going to be standing strong as they would grab their revive up onto their player, Ramsey 1 HP and Moment, the last two players left for the side of URUS. And I'll be so pissed if URUS actually falls back from this fight. You started it, you might as well finish it.
Yeah, they might as well just finish it. So let's see what they can get. But it does seem like they are going into yet another bit of a standoff. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they're just going about their business, right? RUKH, the mind weapon, also just going to be pushing themselves back in towards the zone. But oddly enough, it is pretty peaceful over here on towards Miramar, as URUS now look to disengage and maybe move somewhere else. But are the Vampires going to allow this to happen, though?
It does look like they might. Not too much of an escape spot coming through from the side of Team URUS, as the shots will find their way onto the side of Team... the shots will find their way from the side there of Vampires. They do look to stop, but they might just continue.
Let's see. It does seem like URUS is making at least a clear getaway. Things maybe could turn towards the better for them as they venture further and further afield. But they can't do too much of that because MEA Esports could be lying in wait. Now, as we look down, or rather up, in towards Hacienda del Patron, Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be moving in, taking up occupation. But we see the players from Blackhand just towards the north of them, over in water treatment.
One thing I like about this Hacienda del Patron is that, I mean, other than the fact that it has this golden Mirado, it's just a cool space to be. I feel like it almost feels like you hit a jackpot if you're actually in this part of the map, right? And which explains why the side of virtual gaming scores are just out there chilling and cruising. Like you just see them on top of the roof, running around, Not anyway.
Yeah, I mean that it must feel nice. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that IRL, as long as it's in PUBG, but be my guess, go for it. That's how what these buildings and compounds were made for. But Bronsberg also now just going to be climbing up this way and that. And again, RUKH having a very comfortable rotational pathway moving in towards the zone, especially if they look to get themselves situated on a nice elevated region like this. I think RUKH could be quite a devastating team to deal with here.
I mean, even if they don't have this, but they are a devastating team to deal with. 6 elimination average out here on Miramar. You almost want to wonder what map is it that they falter on. There doesn't seem to be any. These guys are on fire, which explains why they're on top of the leaderboard right now.
Yeah, Yep, the on fire part is definitely true, but let's see now. Will CRYPTICS continue to also be on fire? Because, I mean, if the last Erangel is anything to go by, this could be a super hot and heated performance that we are yet to see. But also now just waiting for that blue. Oh, that is a dirty shift, but it is going to be so exciting to see these teams now just cramming themselves into that limited space.
Man, more esports, Arab Golden, Cryptics, Smash Team, Raad, not happy about this at all. They have to move into the circle, and that southern edge is going to become so choked up.
Mm. I mean, I'm game for choked up, right? Choked up is good because it means aggression and a lot of pressure coming through. But yeah, it does seem like a mass migration as the teams continue to push on forward. Mo Esports, they look pretty decent for now. I mean, there's no one really posing too much of a threat to their current rotation. I think it's all dependent on how they're going to look to sneak on through. Maybe through Power Grid, over in towards San Martin, maybe down the hillside there. I think that is the potential rotation that they could be opting for. But yeah, I'm hoping that they find a good, decent angle to move into.
Yeah, they just have to move in without taking any detours. You know, you have to make sure you're going in, you're not taking any shots from anybody, which is almost inevitable. But even if you do take shots from anybody, just keep your focus on that circle, get into that circle, and then you can start to figure out the rest out. But anyway, speaking of outs, we do see timeout getting closer and closer on that eastern edge to the side of the Mindway Pond. Wavy Sports still going to be chilling out here on the south in Los Leones. I kind of wonder what they're waiting for.
Well, we don't know just yet, but here we go. As Ra'ad definitely not gonna be waiting for anything as they do spot El Chapo. They pop in the first few hits, but fortunately for CRYPTICS, El Chapo is rotating up near the back of the team, right? We do see Lazy Boy there in a position to lend a bit of a helping hand, but Senke Marshall, they've just committed to that zonal positioning.
Yeah, a small price to pay for salvation. They would lose El Chapo gladly just to get into the circle, which is a fair trade if you ask me. But right now, it does look like Lazy Boy would also be going down. His buggy's been spotted. It's only a matter of time before he gets spotted. And man, I feel like he already knows what he's signed up for and he's ready for it.
Yeah, Lazy Boy, no stranger to difficulties, but Raad also just trying to find that approach. I love this position being held here by Hazem. Just waiting. There we go. And again, strikes, and that is Lazy Boy down. CRYPTICS now sitting on a two-piece. But this is a troubling play now for Raad because they still need to find themselves a position moving into this next phase. And looking on that southern edge, up in towards La Bendita, it's not going to be the easiest place to cram into.
Yep, definitely not at all. But it does look like CRYPTICS are on for revenge, though. Looking to stay on that road. Looking to probably take out the side there of Raad if they try to get into that circle. As we just see Marshall and Senke still holding it up on that south. Another zone shift will come. It centers up quite nicely. RUKH Esports looking very strong.
Yeah, definitely looking strong. But I want to see what Black Hand's going to be doing, right? How strong RUKH is going to be once Black Hand ventures down from those northern positionings. Even with Virtual Gaming Squad and the Vampires just hanging on the edge, things could get pretty spicy. But here we go. It's going to be the players now from Mo Esports coming under crossfire. The shots come through. The trades are there. Bum quickly trying to find the angle. There we go. The action is on. But will they now be able to clutch it out? It is two players standing between them. One now left. Is this going to be Mo Esports? No! Stop comes in.
Puts an absolute period and a stop to the side there of Mo Esports, who seem to have the advantage going into that fight. But unfortunately, they'll get taken out. There's third party in the fight, but definitely not coming in at the rhyme.
Wow. I mean, that is just absolutely devastating and so unfortunate to see. But, you know, stop just, well, doing what their name suggests, right? Just stopping the advances for Mo Esports right then and there. But meanwhile, there's going to be the players from Timeout also venturing up in towards the zone. We can see GREEDYFORKILLS just coming in on that western side. And we could have a little bit of action now just on the horizon.
Timeout already finding their way into the circle one more time. We did see them have very good circle positioning going into the first two games of the day. It's the third one out, but now they're in the fourth, and they're still looking good on that southern edge of the circle. To see other teams also coming in from that south, the Ra'ad being one of them. GREEDYFORKILLS would also be another, with Smash Team also just chilling and lurking in the background.
Let's see how much lurking there will be. I mean, Zuxi just trying to peer in. A little bit of an opportunity. Are they gonna get it though? I mean, this is a scary spot to see Zuxi just riding on that edge, but oh, Smash trying to fly all over the place, but Zim and CRYPTICS just not making it all too feasible as the shots continue to fly on through. Ban super low on health, and again finding themselves in a very troubling play, especially if you crash with that vehicle. That is you just right out of there.
Yep, that's little of HP. They do not need too much damage to uproot you from that vehicle. We did lose CRYPTICS and Ra'ad in the background in what seemed to be like a fight that wasn't needed from both sides. I think Ra'ad bleeding out to the blue zone out there. About to get yet another zone shift. Down to 45 players and 13 teams in the lobby.
Let's see now. That zone getting ready to move up. Ooh. Okay, not the craziest shift. I mean, we see a bit of an opportunity there for the Mind Weapon. They've got a good positioning. Black Hand also now still having that elevation to try and leverage. But look at VISTA, right? Taking a very centralized kind of positioning. And they're going to have their hands full, especially with the team situated on the southern edge that are yet to move up in towards that zone.
Hopefully they can play with the ridge lines that they might probably have out there in the outskirts of Minas Generalis, because this happens to be a place that is very rocky. You know, a lot of high grounds, a lot of places you can actually play without getting third party too easily. So we look forward to see if the side of VST could hold that position as much as they want to. Just look like Koa will be doing a little bit of scouting for the side there of Black Hand.
Well, let's see how much scouting is going to come through. Of course, now the Mind Weapon still looking to find a bit of an opportunity. We can see that vehicle up ahead, but there's nobody currently alongside that vehicle. Meanwhile, Del Harp is just going to go floating around like a butterfly, wanting to find the next position to strike. Oh, but look at that. The Virtual Gaming Squad coming under heavy fire as two players go down, and that is the team from GREEDYFORKILLS just laying into them.
The way GREEDYFORKILLS play, they're living up to the name. Zoxy will get yet another knock as Virtual Gaming find themselves in a very vulnerable position, but Malek would be able to claim one back with the DBS as he does go for that revive. Zoxy, I wonder where the rest of GREEDYFORKILLS. There they are. The Messiah is here in Fivo and Nosa, and they will take him out.
I was just about to say, right? If you want to see how Malek can perform, just knock the other three teammates out, give them a DBS, and they shine, right? But just as I was about to say that, yeah, the party gets crashed, and well, that never happens. But either which way, as we look down onto the southeastern side, it is the players here from Timeout and Smash Team now trying to settle their differences, but Smash down to Ban. It's going to be a 1v4 positioning, and I'm not really seeing Ban making out of this one piece.
I mean, talk about an angle coming through from Desha there to find Ban and send him out. Our Timeout already gets him one elimination, and that might just be the start to their game. We all know that one elimination could actually be that momentum setter.
Ooh! Did you see that?
Yes, I did. The headshot out of the buggy, wanted from RF Golden. He's definitely not having it.
I mean, like, what on earth is even happening? That is such a ranged hit. I don't know how these players are able to control that spray the way they are, but you know, that's why they are playing, and we're just sitting here watching and commentating on their insanity. But again, now looking into more of a centralized position, we got the players there from Vista, VST, beautifully spread out. I like the positioning because they got great coverage, right? They can see towards the side there of the Mind Weapon. Well, they've got decent coverage, especially in that direction. But over on the western side, right, all of that is within their line of sight. They are not limited by the terrain all that much.
Not at all. But while I admire the position from VST, you've got to admire the split coming through from the side there of Black Hand up on that northern side. Like we do see Storm and Plaza just out there on the north. We see Koa and Red Dogs out there in the center of the circle. And you can just tell that right now they are literally bathing with information on the lobby.
I mean, it's a bit scary.
Mhm.
It's a bit scary because normally we would say looking at a split as wide as what Black Hand currently has, you know, it's maybe not the most favorable kind of position to be in. But this being Black Hand, I mean, you just gotta have faith, right? You just gotta go like, you know what? They've already gotten that first chicken dinner on the first Erangel for today. Maybe they could get the first chicken on the first Miramar for today. You know, maybe it's just a little bit of that Africanacity that's coming through here.
I would see about that. They do seem to be. It'll all boil down to just what they can do with the information they're able to gather right now, right? Because we see them out there on that north gathering a whole lot of information. But if they're not able to use that information to their advantage, that double chicken dinner that you're looking for, they just might not get it.
Well, it's all going to come down to how they utilize all these positionings. In the meanwhile, speaking about positioning, Mohammed is waiting patiently, but with no reinforcements, decide to move on forward onto the vampires. And Yazan could have a nade with their name on it. And is that going to be true? Not yet. But it gets a little bit too close. Mohammed now trying to fall back and puts a stop right there.
Yep, the grenade to the face works all the time, and another just gets sent out. The HP has been reduced, and the DBS to clutch it up as Muhammad would get that knock. 2 eliminations to his name, and his team would be happy about that one. They need these points.
Well, what a glorious performance that is. 2 points up on the board for the World of Battle, and still quite a few opponents remain. There are 31 players still alive, spread out through our 9 teams, but we are seeing some really good coverage coming through with regards to positioning. And looking at Mido now popping off with that Mini 14, they are looking to make things pretty challenging for the teams surrounding them as GREEDYFORKILLS look to move in. Av Golden also want to capitalize, and Zoxy now playing a super sweaty rush.
That man is allergic to getting knocked because he drove through those fields, did not get taken out, but the players there from timeouts would not be having any of it. They're like, timeout, get out. That is exactly what they've done as they send the side there of GREEDYFORKILLS packing. We're down to the final 8.
Well, here we go. They just keep on stacking it up, and of course the players here from VISTA trying to assert themselves down on the southwestern side. But yeah, things are looking pretty tough. I mean, yes, sure, they got Hazem just positioned up ahead of them. And of course, the players from RUKH not too far away. But things are not that clear just yet. Now the pressure is on, as we know that next blue zone is about to close up. And we will see the next phase is going to be taking us. But this is a very risky play coming through from Hazem. I mean, in one shot, yep, is going to pop that monster truck like it's nothing. Oh!
I mean, we're about to be happy that the monster truck was brought into Miramar, but that's not how you use it. Not when it's burning. And anyway, I guess he's figured that out in the hard way. The side there off timeout, already up by 4 elimination. Same thing can be said about the mind weapon, as they're looking strong as a 4-man squad. But man, when RUKH Esports is quiet in the lobby right now, I think you should be scared.
Yes. Yes, you should be scared because you know something is cooking, right? But you could say the same for Black Hand. As we can see, Black Hand, they're also not a single elimination on the board just yet. So I'm curious to see what it is that they are going to be whipping out here. But here we go as we jump over onto the more eastern side. Bedrocks, also managing to evade that nade. But now they could be venturing up right in front of the players there from timeout. Oh!
Trade initiated, but will not stop the thirst as Wavy Sports continue to send the shots through. We'll talk about an uprooting. And man, one knock. He does have so much confidence that he's not going to get uprooted from that vehicle, and indeed he will survive. As Wavy Sports coming for the full send, White Boy would be the first in line. The grenade lands onto his position, but he will not quite fall. Grenades being sent by Zar to kind of push the side there of Wavy Sports back, but you've got to admire the offensive smokes coming through from the side of the Mind Weapon.
Yeah, and I mean, the Mind Weapon hot on the retaliation. They want to keep Wave at bay, and it does seem like it is going to be working out, at least for the time being, as Wave now needs to regroup, re-strategize before starting that push moving forward yet again. But RUKH, fortunately, has a few meds in hand. Gaddafi also now just trying to lay down the defenses here. But again, it's going to be important for Wave to find a way to rotate away from here, because moving forward into the Mind Weapon is not going to be the ideal approach here.
Oh, living here is from frying pan straight into the fire. If you leave the mind weapon, you're either heading over to the side there of timeout or you're heading over to the side there of black hand. And I think it's a question of pick your poison.
And if you combine the two, it could be a blackout coming in your direction. But either which way, we are seeing quite a bit of difficulty still situated across the majority of the zone, as the players from VISTA now come under fire. That is going to be timeout reaching in. RUKH now just inching their way a little bit further forward. We also then see the players from Black Hand taking even more of a spread.
Yep, drawing in closer and closer. Currently still on the 2-2 split, but it does look like they will be closing that split. I was just about to say that right now, you've gathered as much information. Maybe now is the time to close up that split coming through that they've been holding all day long. It does look like they want to apply the pressure onto the side here of RUKH Esports.
Right, so now it comes down to whether or not Black Hand can get the upper hand. They've got the elevation. But will they get the reach all the way through on towards RUKH? You know, that next phase is going to reveal itself yet again. But where is it going to move, and who will have the upper hand? Oh, it just moves up ever so slightly. And this is again where we see Black Hand not being situated within that next shift. But look at the Mind Weapon down on that southern edge, starting to expand, looking to open up a few opportunities here. But Wave still hanging in the wing. They've not yet disengaged. Also, timeout, trying to inch their way forward, pushing up from that southern edge. And this is where I think the Mind Weapon could find themselves in a very challenging spot very, very soon.
Exactly, because they find themselves in the compound that everybody wants. They find themselves in the compound that they cannot leave, because the instance they start to move, it's going to be all shots from different directions. But it looks like Wave Esports are going to challenge for the compounds first. Gaddafi going in for the full send. Delhap is going to send the grenade. Will not get one, but the shots will complete the damage. One knock. He's going to come through with the shots, and he's going to be able to initiate the trade as Wave Esports continue on the aggression going onto the side of the Mind Weapon.
Oh, but Wave just on the edge there. Could maybe find a little bit of that more continuity, but now it is going to come down to what they'll be able to bring on through as the Mind Weapon looks to just double down. RUKH quickly having to patch themselves up, but I love this position coming through here from Gaddafi. Could be reaching in on towards White Boy, but instead White Boy finds them, and down they go. And this is our Wave clinging on to life as RUKH comes under fire, and the jump shot seals their fate.
Yeah, but he's going to get knocked by the third party coming through from timeout. I said it. The instance they get out of that compound, the instance they leave the buildings, the third party will be imminent. The Mind Weapon down to just one as they lose one more player on that one. 8 eliminations to their name. They're looking solid, but not so solid as they've got just one player left. Timeout's now pushing in.
Well, let's see how far timeout is going to look to push this one. It is Desha and Hazard yet again. We've seen this duo get to work before. But now White Boy waiting for what is going to be inevitable. Here we have it then. VSC moving in. Still pushing up from that southern edge. RUKH down to a 2-piece. Trying to cause a little bit of chaos here. But not finding much success. Look at Black Hand though. Only sitting up on 3. But looking to just play this elevation. Play the high ground. And Goa, oh, they've got a wind of something. We could see a little bit of those utilities now getting sent on down. This could maybe spell quite a bit of a disastrous position, especially for RUKH.
Yeah, and just when we thought the side of Black Hand were forming up together, it does look like they've gone back on that split. This time they're spread out all across the northern side of the map, putting all the teams in their hands as they watch over every single person. RUKH drawing in closer onto the side there of the Mind Weapon, and you can just see the side there. They're just holding it up on the top of the hill. But like I said, Minas Generalis, this is a part that has so many high grounds and so many dips that you can play. And hence why the side of Black Hand cannot actually go for that push onto the side of RUKH Esports yet, because they have that ridge line cover. They have the dips to play with, and it's a very tricky situation to find yourself in.
Oh, but there comes a bit of a molly. There comes a bit of a molly, and that could now just add the cherry on top. That final bit we need to just send everything crumbling. Here we go. Koa on the front line. Could, put a little bit of a stop here. Pusher rather. Trying to find a sneak approach. And I love this terrain. I mean, there's so many hills here to try and play off of. We've got Black Hand just capitalizing on the positioning. But now it has come down to Vista reaching in from that southern edge. Oh, Rami's been spotted. Come on, get the push in. Koa not going to be sending it.
There was a smoke. I think the smoke just did not render. There was a smoke there. Hence why he didn't go for that push.
Oh.
But man, is he lucky he didn't get spotted out there. 5 teams left with 12 players left to go. As we see the side there of the Mind Weapon still holding it up alive. But VST going to start getting pressured by that zone. As stage 9 is where we find ourselves now. If you see stage 9, you know that is the end drawing close. Go out good for 1, and he would get 2 as RUKH Esports gets sent back into the lobby. Down to 4 now.
Oh, here we go. This is that rumble we've been waiting for on Black Hand. Still looking absolutely phenomenal. They've now moved up into center zone, and this means all the surrounding teams are going to pull into their position. VST Vista pushing up. Oh, Cacao in so much trouble as they get taken right on down. It's now riding on Bisk and Abood to see whether or not they can survive this blue zone damage. Desha has it also just waiting up ahead. So timeout, not yet timed out, but there we go. It is going to be the shots connecting through. Down goes Hazard as well. And Desha now having to hold on for dear life.
Definitely holding up for his dear life, but Black Hand, they know exactly what is going on here, and they're coming in for that third party. One player down in the floor is going to be BSK. They feel all the elimination is going to get confirmed as the players there from timeout will find themselves in a whole lot of trouble. Devil's weapon in the hand of Storm as he continues to let the shots fly. It's down to the final 4v2.
Oh, this is now Black Hand just absolutely capitalizing. They were just on 3 eliminations a few moments ago, but up they come full, sending it up into the compound, clearing out the house, and there we go. The second winner chicken dinner coming through for Black Hand. They got the first one on Erangel today, now getting the first one on Miramar. Absolutely phenomenal.
Heavy is the hand. That is what they say. And they've been cooking. We told you it was down to the amount of what they could do with the amount of information that they got on that split. And talk about a game and a half. 10 eliminations and the winner chicken dinner to close it up. Man, you've just got to give it up to for Black Hand.
I mean, that is insane, right? So they finished off on, I believe, double-digit eliminations in this game. And all those eliminations that they were able to accrue came in the last 2 zones. That's where it all happened. So they just kept it nice and steady, nice and quiet, and then chose the opportune moment to strike. And boy, did they strike.
Yeah, I mean, we've actually seen Black Hand multiple times in the past, especially going into day 1 and day 2 of this phase, right? We've actually seen them biting more than they can chew. You know, whenever they go on those splits, we'd see them actually trying to take 2 different fights at the same time, and that would end up taking them out of the lobby. But this game, they did look to play as a unit, gather the information, use that information to the best of their knowledge, and it eventually did play out for them at the end.
Well, as we know, information is key, and they did amazingly. But let's take a quick look at the highlights from this past match. Oh, we can just see the chat lighting up as the supporters there for Black Hand are overjoyed with happiness. And I mean, you can't blame them, Crowns. It was such a phenomenal performance, such a strong play coming through. Yeah, and a big congrats going out to them. I mean, this is the kind of performance that we were waiting to see come through from Black Hand.
And we did say it. All of these teams, it felt like they were keeping something for today. And they've eventually been keeping it all day. And now they're unleashing it. Blackhand, 10 points, 10 eliminations, taking it 20, taking it home. The Mind Weapon finally putting up some numbers on board. But man, Timeout Esports have been playing so good today.
Yeah, they definitely have. And of course, those 10 points are going to bode pretty well for them on the overall standings. But we can see again, right? Greedy for kills. I mean, they are staying true to their name. The only
Mhm.
points that they got were off the back of those eliminations, but the same goes for vampires. And this is that increase that we want to see, right? We want to see teams find a little bit of consistency and then be able to try and capitalize on that, right? Move that momentum forward.
Yeah, it was very good to see Vampires actually survive in that hot drop situation they found themselves early on in the game. And I like the fact that they were able to back up some eliminations, but not quite getting the placement points. Maybe not too bad. I would cut them the slack right now. But man, this second page, I'm seeing teams that I do not want to see. I'm talking Smash teams, right? Add more esports, URUS, Virtual Gaming Squad. They've been on the second page for like 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, it's a little bit troubling. Maybe we could see. I mean, maybe they can pick it up again somewhere, right? There's still one more game to go, so who knows? That might be the game. I mean, the opportunity is definitely there. I mean, it's done for Arab Golden, CRYPTICS, Mo Esports, and Wave Esports. But the rest of the teams, they still have one more show, one more fight to show us what they can bring out onto the battlefield.
I mean, given that we're going into the fourth game, or sorry, make that the fifth game. I don't want to say it, but a chicken dinner again for Blackhand.
Who knows? Who knows? It's going to be a difficult one, and there's only one way to find out. But before we find out, we are going to be taking a very quick break. So be sure to stay tuned, and we'll see you guys right back afterwards.
Let's go!
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Africa Spring 2023 season. Of course, day 3 has been an absolutely insane day. We've seen Blackhand take 2 winner chicken dinners. We've also seen CRYPTICS finish with a 17 elimination match. So we've had some pretty phenomenal things already happen today, but it's not done. It's not over. We still have one more match to go. It is going to be our final Miramar for the day. Crowns, what is your expectation moving into this last match?
I think I want everyone to just calm down. You know, all the teams, you guys have done enough today. Like, we've had such a raucous field day. Like, it's been crazy all day long. So I think right now, let's just go home on a soft note, let everybody just relax and calm down.
Well, one thing that will definitely not help you calm down is a little bit of energy, right? So we got to give a big shout out to Monster Energy, our official energy drink partner, right here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Leagues. I want to see the teams, Crowns, in this last little bit, just just crank out that last bit that they can find and just finish off this day with an absolutely insane performance. I want to see teams that have not yet step up to the plate and show us what they can bring, right? We've been waiting to see Titans perform like they were performing previously, and we want to see that. CRYPTICS, they've already stepped up. Blackhand, they've gone over and above of what we were expecting. So it's only fitting, right? It is time for the teams that have not yet stepped up to do it now. This is the final opportunity here today.
Yeah, and while I would actually support you on that notion, I think maybe this last game could actually go for a couple of teams that have actually put in a little bit of effort, right? And I'm talking about RUKH Esports. I've seen the way they played today, and they've actually been impressive. I think the one thing that they just need right now, a chicken dinner to kind of put a cherry on top. Like, I know it's a little bit too much to ask, given that they're already on the top of the leaderboards, but still, a chicken dinner does seem to be deserved for them today.
I mean, I don't think there's ever a thing like too much to ask, right? These teams are hella capable. They can do surprising things, right? So I'm curious to see just how surprising these final few performances are going to be. And I want to ask you, Crowns, what do you think we are going to be receiving with regards to that flight path?
Flight path. Like I said, I want a calm game. So I think probably something just straight down the middle.
Straight
Not too
down the middle.
crazy and all that.
All right, we'll see about that, of course, as we head in game. The answer is the flight path. Nope, that's not on the board. It's going to be starting over on El Pozo, heading straight down to just southwest of Puerto. And again, a very nice flight path. The teams, especially having quite a bit of access to a lot of our more preferred locations.
Yep, and this is nice. Good way to start a calm game. I think I'm one with the PUBG Mobile gods going into this game. Maybe we wouldn't see too much of crazy gameplay coming through from all of these teams. But anyway, I'm looking at San Martin once again. I don't know, maybe I should be looking at San Martin, but I'm just looking there just to hope that there is no hot drop. I feel like vampires are not. Oh wait, they are in the lobby and they're with URUS, and it does look like they are heading there.
Yeah. Every single Miramar that both these teams have been playing in, that's exactly where they've gone. And I don't see them changing that anytime soon, right? I honestly don't see them changing that anytime soon. We know previously in the previous game, URUS, they disengaged, they snuck away, and they were able to just stay alive that extra little while longer. Now with the zone sitting right on towards San Martin, I don't really see any of them moving anywhere.
Yep, they definitely have all the time in the world. They will be waiting it out and having so much fun. But man, you see, I'm actually pushing this. This is actually looking like a calm game. I mean, looking at that first zone, I think every single team is in that zone, maybe except for Triple Esports to find themselves on the south. Oh, run over! Oh, not coming through yet.
Oh, well, there we go.
Oh no.
Yep, RUKH now just getting a little bit of repayment on towards Blackhand. They were like, well, you're just behind us on the leaderboard, as you can of course see at the top of the screen there. But we'll keep it like that for now. You are not going to catch us just yet. Instead, we will look to make it super challenging for you.
Is it a curse? I spoke about this, right? A team wins a team wins a game, and then go into the next game and they do bad, like bad. And that is what we're seeing here from the side of Black Hand as they lose Storm. And I think they lost Koa also in the background, which is definitely not what they want because, I mean, Koa, one of the strong players on that squad, going down this early and losing Storm the IGL also doesn't spell good for this idea of Black Hand.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what do you think about the fact that on the day that you start casting, that there's some chicken dinners happening here?
I almost want to call myself the good luck charm or the
Yeah.
magician, but I'm not gonna toot my own horn. I'm just gonna let it happen.
Yeah, no horn tooting allowed unless you are in a golden Dorado. Then you can do all the horn tooting you want. But yeah, that's unfortunately not a thing right now. Unless, of course, you were somehow able to get right down in towards Hacienda del Patron. But in the meanwhile, we'll be staying up in San Martin as the Vampires and URUS are continuing with their age-old standoff. I mean, URUS now, surprising this time around, not staying over at the Vampires, right? They've moved a little bit more to the eastern side, and they've also sent Momin over onto the western side.
Yeah, and you see it out there. Vampire Esports averaging 4 elimination per game. And one could argue that those 4 elimination come from taking out, URUS in every single Miramar game. So I'm not gonna hype Vampires up for that one, at least not yet. And look at that. I think it's the same thing for both teams.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much the same thing. I mean, not only have they fought with each other, so the one team wins the one map, the other one wins the other, and whoever survives, just ventures on, and maybe finds a few eliminations along the way. But yeah, we need to see a resolve come through between Vampires and URUS, right? Even if they just drop on either ends of San Martin, right? So the one team takes east, the other one takes west, or north and south, or, well, I don't think north and south is going to work, but whichever way, as long as there's some kind of a result that comes through from it, I think both teams will be able to benefit off of it.
Maybe the Meds just don't spawn on that western edge of San Martin, hence why they probably would want the whole thingy to themselves. But yeah, I really hope they can come to a resolve. San Martin is definitely big enough to actually accommodate 2 teams, so I feel like they can actually come to a resolve there, probably find how to loot. In terms of vehicle spawns, maybe not the most vehicles in that area, but still, I feel like at least rack up some points up the board. This is not working out for both teams.
Yeah, so one team that we know is historically strong on Miramar is Titans, right? We were just looking at them, but we've not yet seen things working out favorably for them. But I gotta say, when the zone is kind of away from that Val del Mar drop location that they usually go for, or nearly always go for, if they start trickling up in towards the zone, sometimes, maybe things work out, sometimes maybe it doesn't. But I'm curious to see how they're going to look to play this one. Because, as we said before, right, it is one of those teams that we are waiting to see that step up in performance comes from.
Yeah, exactly. They really need to step up going into today's games. And given where they are on the map, or where they normally land, and the way the zone is, they do have a little bit of time, and they'll have a lot of space, actually, to get into that circle. So I think this is a game where if they are able to pin their rotations down, it might just be able to show us that Titans that we really want to see.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this match, we just saw them. They started off with 70 points to their name. And back in the fall season, Titans were an absolutely insane team, managing to secure over 800 points. But look at this now. URUS running into a brick wall, being reduced down to, well, potentially 1. Yeah, no, it's definitely 1. And yeah, that is not the kind of play that you want to see from them.
I think Virtual Gaming Squad's just being the smart team here, understanding that there is this engagement that would always go on in San Martin. So I guess we could just go in there, try to third party a little bit, and it does look to work out well for them. I mean, 3 eliminations to the name, and they got eliminations from both teams each. They got a player there from Vampire Esports, and then they got another player also from URUS.
Well, let's see what is going to happen here. Meanwhile, GREEDYFORKILLS and RUKH also trying to settle a few of their own disputes. But again, this is what I love about Miramar. It's just the flexibility the terrain allows you. You can move and almost be right alongside your opponent, and neither of you can see each other, right? It's just on the other side of the ridge, but then comes the third party hits from Zuxi, and that is gonna, spell a little bit of trouble now for Rad.
Yep, the flanker got flanked is exactly what we've just seen right now. As Raad not quite understanding that this is the early phases of Miramar, which means the teams have space to move around. It's a big map, and that is exactly what the side there of Greedy for Kills are doing, making use of that space that they have, as they will get that advantage and they would get that trade onto the side of Raad.
Let's see where it goes. Yo, Gazi popping off a cheeky hit. Quickly just falling back undercover. But up comes Nossa. Oh, there we go. Nossa now having to retreat as Gazi says, no. Please just go back. You're not going to push this way. And I'm curious to see whether or not Ra'ad is going to be able to pick up Kofu.
I don't think I wouldn't pick him up. And I'm pretty sure Greedy for Kills would not allow him pick him up. We know what they're greedy for, and we can already see them getting what they want out here in the lobby. Razi doesn't seem to want to give up yet, though. Staying just outside, waiting for them to push. But Azem is going to get spotted. And you can just see Reno out there targeting that back tire of the buggy, because you know what comes after you pop the back tire. It's the iconic spin.
Yeah, that buggy spin always looks so rehearsed in a sense, right? It looks like it's a next level skill, but speaking about skill, Greedy for Kills is going to be hanging around, not going to be pushing up, and here we go, Rhino flexing a little bit over on towards Hazem.
Spots that foot a little bit. Razi trying to see if he can hold up for his team with that off angle that he's holding, but has him in a whole world of trouble. He cannot stand, nor can he even move or prone in a certain position because his feet can get spotted. He's gonna have to play with the smokes.
Oof, and that is a very, very challenging play to make, especially with the players here from the side of Greedy for Kills. So active with regards to their movements. And that is very unfortunate now for Ra'ad, reduced down to only one.
Yep, Razi, who does not seem to have a vehicle anywhere close to him. The side there of Greedy for Kills know exactly where he is. And it's only a matter of time before they push up to his position. And I think that's exactly what they're going to do, because they definitely want that last elimination to themselves.
Of course, now speaking about eliminations, right up in Picado, one of our hotspots, that is where we see a little bit of action now starting to cook up. It is lag, it is the world of battle, and then of course Blackjack just hanging on that southern edge. And world of battle, I mean, even though it seems like this could be a bit of a sandwich, it's still not the worst position for them, because they've got so much flexibility with regards to their angles.
Yep, and they have so many buildings to actually work with. If anything tries to go south, they can decide to move away from this from the main warehouse that they find themselves in Picado. So I think it's a steady position coming through from them. They're also in the center of the circle, which means they most likely wouldn't have to move going into the next phases of the game. But anyway, everybody does seem to have eyes on Picado, though.
Yeah, and that is Arthur coming through swinging as they pick up Escanor. Knight. I want to see Arthur and Knight fight it out, right? That would just be so fitting. But they need that special skin, right? The one that looks like a sword when you put it on the ban. I want to see that. A little bit of that ching, ching, ching action coming through. I don't think it's going to happen. But either which way, in the meanwhile, the zone will just be moving ever so slightly on towards the western side. I think this is an especially comfortable shift for a team like Titans, Greedy for Kills, and even Smash team. But it's going to be so difficult now for the teams, especially situated up north and on that eastern side.
Yeah, but then once again, Timeout looking very good. Like, they have a good spot in the circle. At this point, I'm like, this is the team that I wanted to see. They've been playing so well today. Really, they're bumping themselves up the leaderboard, and the positioning that they're able to hold going into today's games will continue to impress me.
Yeah, let's see how much of an impressive performance they can still bring on through. I mean, RUKH also now just on the very edge of that zone. The only threat for the time being is going to be Malik, but Malik is not yielding a shoddy. They do have the DBS as a backup, right, as that second, then alternate weapon. So things are still, they could still potentially swing in Malik's favor. But here we go. It is going to be VST Vista and the World of Battle. But Triple sneaking in a bit of a third-party play all the way from that eastern side as RUKH gets sent back.
Triple Esports, we've seen them actually play spoilers a lot. When they're full squad, they play spoiler. When they're down to one man, they also play spoiler. And I'm gonna lie, let's not forget that there is that individual award in Vikendi for if you're the last man alive.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. But let's see, right? Who's going to be the last one alive right here on Miramar? Arthur could now be brought back on in. It's a brood also just hanging around. Just playing a very strategic position here. But, it's a great spot to be situated in. I don't know if it's one that can really maintain for all that long. But look at this Mazzaro just laying down the law.
Definitely laying it down, spraying through the smoke. You wonder what type of vision that man has. His elimination does get swiped away by the side there of Blackjack Esports, but that definitely puts in a lot of confidence on his back. Virtual, sorry, I keep calling them Virtual Gaming Squad because that was what they were in the PMNC.
Yeah.
So Vampires Esports out here against the side here of Smash teams in the warehouses of the power grid.
Oh, I mean, it's an interesting spot. I mean, we've seen Stop staying true to their name. We want to see, the players here from Smash Team also staying true to their name. They did it yesterday, I believe it was. Yesterday, I'm referring to Wednesday, of course. Bringing in quite a phenomenal performance. But now, Savage getting hit as the shots come through. And that is Elias now just looking to lay it on thick.
Definitely, and the side there of Vampires have to hit the deck, go slowly on this one. They do not have the best of parts in the zone, and their vehicles nothing to write them about. They just have to stay pro. And the side there of Smash Team looking to have all sorts of angles on their position. It's not working out quite well for the Vampires.
Oh, there we go. The Smash Team now looking to just play these positions. Danzo picking up a quick trade. It's now all boiled down to Ninja. Ninja MVP holding strong. Meanwhile, the Mind Weapon will get sent off, taking themselves that to a 12th place finish. We have URUS also then getting sent out in 13th place. But things are still yet to be decided here. And an interesting thing that we can see from Smash is they've left only one player behind. That is Danzo. The rest of the squad has moved up, heading further down south. And I'm curious to see whether or not Danzo is going to be able to get that play on towards Ninja.
I mean, Danzo's work right now would be to apply as much pressure onto Ninja as possible, force him into the circle, but it looks like he would fail on his mission as the snake in the grass would get the knock up onto Danzo. And the rest of the Smash team cannot allow that drag them back as you just see them continue on their focus on the circle.
Well, Ninja with a beautiful spray coming through. But now comes the hard part. Now they need to get themselves situated back in towards the zone. But Virtual Gaming Squad are going to be moving in. Blackhand moving up from that southern edge as well. So they are not going to have the easiest rotation moving forward. But if we look onto the players here from Smash, we got Elias now hopping into the vehicle, trying to pull over towards Ban, who's already been able to set up a bit of an anchor point. But where will this go now? As Virtual Gaming Squad, they've heard a little bit of the action happening. Now they come to inspect, and Malik, I'm waiting for the DBS to come out.
I mean, he does already have it as a secondary, and that man is looking to make a signature for himself. But we all know Melek likes to stay quiet until he's the last man alive. Then we start to see him pull through for his team. I kind of like that, though. You have that one player who can clutch it up for you when push comes to shove.
It's like a little bit of NOS. Right, just keep it until the last moment. Just when you really need it, that is exactly when Malik steps up and goes absolutely crazy. But meanwhile, you can see the players here from Titan Gaming and Blackjack now trying to fight for a bit of control. Looking at Titan's positioning, they do, again, find themselves on a little bit of elevation. But, I mean, I don't think it's a decisive position because Blackjack, they've got the hard cover. So both teams having a bit of an opportunity here. I think it's all going to come down to how they are capable of utilizing the position they find themselves in.
Yeah, and I think with Titans, even though they know they may know that they're in a bad spot currently, they have so much space to move. I know that was what I pointed out starting on in the game, that they actually have a whole lot of space to work with. And if they find themselves in a bad spot on that south, all they have to do is just keep moving and they will continue to find themselves better positions because they have so much space to play with. Every other person is on the northern side. And man, look at that. P6 already even in a good spot.
Yeah, yeah. As we know, Titans definitely a very, very experienced team based on what we've seen from them previously. But now they are really going to be put to the test. I mean, Puncher needs to decide where they want to move to. Are they going to move up towards B6? Are they going to fall back towards Axel and Teak? Of course, if we look up north, a lot of calls need to be made here between Blackhand and Virtual Gaming Squad, as both these teams are yet to move forward up in towards the zone. It seems like Virtual Gaming Squad are turning their attention onto the side of Blackhand.
Yep, and definitely the right call if you ask me. They get the intro knock and they send it as a squad. 3 men in there. It's a 3v2 up against the side of Blackhand. Plaza very low on HP, but he's gonna get caught by the foot as Dwarfs is able to spot that man. But the trade is going to be initiated from the side here of RUKH as he's able to find yet another player down on the side here of Virtual Gaming Squad. And here comes Dwarfs having to fight with full HP. RUKH though very low on HP and he's going to get fell by the side there of Virtual Gaming Squad.
Yeah, GG to DWAS for a beautiful send there, but you could see that, you know, RUKH kind of accepted their fate. It's like, you know what, I don't have the craziest health bar, but, you know, let's see, maybe we can make something happen here. And speaking about making stuff happen, of course, RUKH now positioned beautifully up on the high ground with Knockout just positioned below. I don't think that RUKH has a clear line of sight down on towards them, and that could actually be a bit of a saving grace, especially for timeout. But look at the vantage point they've got down on towards Vista and Triple.
Right now, I look at where RUKH Esports is currently situated, and I just pity the teams who are just down below. You know, VST, Triple, you know, Timeout. They're in a world of danger right now. I know a team like RUKH Esports holding this position, they definitely would make the most of it.
Well, let's see just where they're going to look to push it towards. Only 2 eliminations to their name. That's all they got for the time being. But we've seen a lot of teams now start to step up once we hit that 5th stage, and that could be them now doing it right on cue. Meanwhile, Vista keeping a very, very snugged up position there. I mean, they don't want to get exposed and maybe get caught out by the side of RUKH, but Bronsberg is not going to wait around as they hop into the buggy and they prep themselves for a little bit of a push. And we've seen the teams at some point, right, getting caught up on these cliffs. And then the quickest way down is they just yeet off with a buggy and then they just continue on like nothing ever happened.
Except the buggy starts to catch fire. I feel like whenever I try it, my buggy would always stumble. And then you know what happens when the buggy tumbles? It just goes boom, you know, and that's
There's
the
technique. There's a specific technique that we've not yet learned, right? They know it, we don't.
I think I'm going to watch closely, probably try to figure it out this time. And I enjoy the splits that I'm seeing from the side of Titan on that western side, looking to close it up a little bit, maybe a little too early if you ask me, but still, it's their game plan and it may just work out for them. I hope it does work out for them in this final game. We're about to get yet another zone shift. Information has been gathered. GREEDYFORKILLS does look to be the next in line as the Titans will send it up to Nosa's position.
Yeah, and as we did see on the overall rankings, 4 teams already solidifying themselves in those centuries. But of course, now it is going to be Titans claiming yet another team as GREEDYFORKILLS gets sent on their merry way. Virtual Gaming now just venturing up behind them. This could be a very risky play. Let's see whether or not one shot and the rest of the squad will be making it. Malik not there, and this is exactly where you need that DBS.
Exactly where you need it. The close combat fight as Peak is going to be good for 1. Make that 2. As another player there. Dwarfs good for. And now we know who the last player is. It is Straw. Straw? Strawy? You can help me out here.
I pick a name, my guy. It's either Strawy or Rawi. I mean, whichever those letters are there. So let's just, I mean, I also never really know which one it is. But let's go with Strawy because it makes sense, right? But yeah, this is now quite a troubling position for Strawy to be in.
And that man just trying to run away. definitely the right play so far. But how far can you run? The Titans do look to be cooking right now. Already up to 5 eliminations. And we know once this team gets the momentum, they get into it. DK.
Hey, jump shot. Ban swinging that smash and down they go. But look at the interesting play that we've got here, right? Blackjack still holding on to that southern position. We saw Titan taking the rotation all the way up towards the north. I mean, they were just behind Blackjack. So a curious play coming through from either of these teams. But now it's going to be the pressure onto Smash as we have Ilias and Ban about to get caught out as the Titans come pushing back towards that zone. Over on towards the eastern side, it is still the teams playing for King of the Hill, right? We got VST, we got Triple, we got RUKH, but Blackjack now turning their attention north.
Interested to see that Blackjack would not take that that little hill that is just right there in front of them. I'd have expected them to have at least one player out there. But hey, does look like they're holding up quite nicely on the south, hoping to put a whole lot of third-party action onto the fights that is going on that eastern edge. But then they will come back to that. Man does get pushed by the side of Titans. He's good to drop one player, but he's going to fall to Axel. As Ilias will be the last player left. He's on the top of the hill. He's got an off angle, but he's going to get spotted as the Titans have woken up. 7 eliminations.
I mean, they're coming back with a vengeance as they step up and still rocking that full squad. But here we go. The East is not looking that great. As RUKH, Eugene now comes under fire. It's a brute popping off a quick cheeky hit. The Rami is still holding onto the high ground. But this is what makes this particular position so challenging is you can already see in front of you. You can't see up, you can't see down. That you can only see ahead of you. And I mean, look at the position they find themselves in. So challenging.
Titan already holding the split on the west. Blackjack already sending 2 players to the northern hill just right in front of them like expected. Nice play to see from there, but it is all skirmishes on that southeastern edge of the circle. Triple, VST, RUKH Esports, they have to find a way out of here as they do not find themselves in that next circle. And right now, RUKH Esports is going to just hope that all of these teams start to fight against each other so they can start to pick up those eliminations.
Well, let's see how many they'll be able to lock in. Hamori now getting caught out in the open. Fortunately, they are playing that 2-2 split, so you can have a bit of the reinforcement come in as Phonic now moves up. But MG, Zeke, trying to keep it nice and quiet. But Old Boy already getting a little bit of a sniff there. They want to see that follow through, and now it is going to be Triple applying a lot of pressure with the utilities over towards the side there of RUKH. But again, the shots continue to fly in, and I'm not that confident in RUKH being able to get off of this hill in one piece.
I mean, but they are looking to take a lot of eliminations if at all they're going to go down. They begin the fight onto the side of Triple Esports, but Triple Esports would be taking shots from behind. It's Blackjack for the third party. RUKH Esports now going for a 3-man split. A very nice play if you ask me, as they look for those elims. And I said it, they know that right now this is not the best of spot, and they just hope that everything that is right in front of them would start to fight, as Old Boy now about to find himself in a 1v1 situation up against Bronzeberg.
Yeah, but this is the duo you want to see from Triple. It is Icy and Old Boy. Hey, here we go. The nade comes in, and that is a very unfortunate play, but it had to happen at some point. Oh, down goes Triple as the shots connect on through. Now RUKH looking to make a stand. We are down to our final 3 teams. It is Blackjack, it is Titan, and RUKH Gaming now fighting for that winner chicken dinner.
Yep, Antique and the players there from Titans having all sorts of eyes on the players there from RUKH Esports. But man, the third party from Blackjack Esports not making things any easier as the side of RUKH Esports look to go for the push. Amodi is down. BJE looking so strong right now as MG, good drop pusher, takes a couple of shots. Felix onto the side of Titan. As now RUKH Esports down to 2. Blackjack having to go for 1 revive, but Titans remain strong with 4 and 12 eliminations up.
Wow, Titans definitely looking to prove a point. I mean, at this stage, it is still anyone's game, right? It could go to RUKH, it could go to Blackjack, it could go to Titan, as all these teams are super capable. I mean, RUKH now reduced down to 1 as Eugene gets confirmed. It is down to Rami whether or not they'll be able to survive as Teak now goes fishing with a few mollies in hand. for Blackjack. Trying to spread themselves out. As you can see that movement coming up on the eastern front. And there we go. The shots now starting to connect on through. But they are met by quite a bit of opposition. It is Titans not going to be looking to relinquish control of the zone.
Well, the Titans, they are being a pain to the side of Blackjack Esports. The instance Blackjack Esports tries to isolate the players there from RUKH Esports, there is a Titan player who's there to grab one knock, slowing down their push. And it kind of makes me wonder what Blackjack Esports is going to do about that one. Phoenix just dropped from the side, and Tip would find him, takes him down. The first is coming in through as MG would look for one, but he's going to fall instead. Titans would continue, 14 eliminations up, and they're not going to be stopping anytime soon.
I mean, Rami being such a pain right here, just coming in with that third-party spray, but Zeke, now feeling all the pressure, finds a decent trade up onto Zeke. But let's see, are they going to be able to survive this? This puncher comes in swinging, just looking to clear them out, but Zeke has an ulterior motive as they move in and just laying into the Titans. It is a 1v1v1 for that winner chicken dinner. Axa now going to try and bring P6 back into contention here, but Zeke, oh, they've got a bit of a different plan here. That nade is cooked up, but Rami in the meanwhile will set on to the rest of the downed Titans. Now comes the opportunity. Is this going to be the play for Zeke to try and punch it? Oh, finds P6, finds Puncher, 2 down, 1 more to go.
One more to go indeed. The ultimate 1v1v1, and Zeke has got grenades, sending it onto the position there of Axa. But Rami, though, he is that off factor. He is the one, the needle in the haystack. He might just be able to play spoiler onto this fight, but Zeke has got nades to speak, and he will send the Titans back in. It is a 1v1, as Zeke has nothing but bandages, nothing but meds. Oh, and what he needs, Rami has, as Rami would go in for this push, the ultimate 1v1. Rami has the HP to speak of, but Zeke, on the other hand, does not have too much.
Oh, let's see who's going to be the one to get it. Rami now just trying to play the ridge, as is Zeke. It's going to come down to a first shoot, as both these players are now in a very difficult dance. But that blue zone is not going to wait. We can see this is stage number 9. It is going to be forcing the hand forward. And Zeke has no other option other than to push right on forward. But let's see if they'll be able to get this positioning, get this angle. It's going to be a very tricky one, but it's just down to that pixel being out of place.
Exactly, that pixel out of place is what they look for. Zeke playing it as carefully as possible. Doesn't have the advantage, but he's going to stand. He's going to move. And DBS in the hands of Rami is going to try to stop Zeke, but Zeke with a jump shot would take the chicken dinner for Blackjack Esports. Well deserved. And they have been cooking all day long, denying RUKH Esports yet another chicken dinner that RUKH Esports would have gotten, but Blackjack Esports had other plans. They were able to stop the Titans, and indeed, they will put a stop to the side there of RUKH Esports.
That's all that I can say about Zeke and that jump shot. I mean, that was absolutely clutch. What a way to close off the final match of the day. And of course, that is the first winner with a chicken dinner coming through for Blackjack. So very well deserved and very hard earned chicken dinner coming through. So yeah, mad congrats there. And of course, Zeke just being an absolute GOAT.
The GOAT, the man, the myth, the legend himself. I would have really loved if that went over to Rami, but at the end of the day, man, it all came down to that 1v1, and the DBS right there not quite prevailing. And I think maybe we might have a theory here. You're facing the DBS, go for a jump shot.
It could be, but I think it all comes down to timing, right? If you jump at the right time and the shot goes off, who knows, whatever. Don't let me do that, but either which way, that was an absolutely insane play. But of course, let's take a quick look at those highlights once again. Well. I mean, just looking at Zeke's performance there, right? That highlight was pretty much just Zeke's play. Moving into that last bit, it is so impressive because so many of those knocks was dealt by Zeke. It's like, oh, it moves, boom, down, chicken.
And then we see the patience coming through from that man. Like, and that is exactly what he's done, right? We just saw him taking the players one after the other. He was trying to hold it up for his squad. But I mean, even despite them getting the chicken, Titan Gaming with 16 eliminations would grab 21 points. And DK, we're still yet to see that crazy elimination chicken dinner.
Yeah, yeah. We are yet to see it, but again, right? I mean, we've got a few contenders now stepping up, looking to see who can lock in the highest eliminations, right? And it is Titan now coming in on 16. We saw CRYPTICS coming through on 17. And this is nothing new, really. We saw this, we've seen this happen before, where either of these teams would get a point, a certain point in a match, and then the other one would replicate it in the upcoming game. So, you know, well played either way. Of course, RUKH and Virtual Gaming also coming through with a bit of a heavy hand, landing themselves 7 eliminations and 13 and 8 points respectively.
Man, you just love to see the way they play that one RUKH Esports, man. They've been playing so well all day. Man, I can't even just keep talking about this team, right? Because they've actually played so well today. But Virtual Gaming Squad really needed this game. They really needed a good performance. And 7 eliminations up on the board, I think that is good enough for them.
Yep, yeah, more than good enough. I mean, that is exactly what they need, the kind of momentum they need to try and build up on. Of course, now moving on to the second page. As to be expected, things are looking a little bit less than desirable here, but at least the World of Battle were able to secure themselves those 4 eliminations and still stay pretty close to the first page.
Yeah, but is that really what they need? They actually need more than that. Like maybe not more than that. I think they're currently seated in the top 12, but still you still want to find yourself up on the top of the leaderboards. Vampires, once again, not quite getting so many points. They have only 1 point so far, and second page right now not looking nice.
Yeah, but that is the thing, right? Second page is never the easiest thing to look at. And of course, when it comes to the overall rankings, you know, the second page I think is the more exciting one to look at, as that is where a lot of the fighting really comes through. As we know, only 16 teams can move from this stage onto the next stage, right? Moving from the league over on towards the finals. But of course, there are still 2 more weeks aside from this week to come. And I mean, this week still has 8 games to go.
What do you mean 8 games? 11
Each
games
team.
to go. 5 games. Oh, wait, well, for each team, yeah. Because I was gonna say 5 games tomorrow, and then 6 the day after. There's still a whole long, like, there's a lot of shuffling that can still
Mm.
be done on the leaderboards.
Yeah, yeah. Quite a bit of shuffling. And as we know, every day these teams are shuffling. But speaking about shuffling, let's take a
Hey,
look at the overall rankings. It is RUKH Esports still holding on to a very strong position there, hitting that 1-2-3 with the 2 winner chicken dinners. But Blackhand, you got to give it to them, right? Both those chickens being earned today, sitting on a very comfortable 108 points, just 1 point ahead of CRYPTICS.
yep, just 1 point to hold it up. But I just want to say, Rookie Sports started today with a 17 points lead. They're ending the day with a 17-point lead. Really? How about that? I don't know if my math is right, but it's somewhere around there, right?
It's close enough. It's
It's
close
close
enough.
enough. But man,
Yeah.
I just have to really point out the way Triple Sports played today, which makes sense why they're actually in the top 4. They actually did play well today when we start looking at the performances that we saw come through from IC going down today. That was beautiful gameplay coming through from that man. Same thing about Titan Game. Titan Gaming, no, maybe not the same thing. We saw them dropping, but then just that last game, definitely enough to put them still in that top 5 position.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to talk about the individual performances coming through for today, right? Blackhand
Mhm.
picking up 53 points in total for today. CRYPTICS coming in on 47, and then Triple Esports coming in with 46. RUKH only managing themselves 37 points, but they've already done so much work in the previous days that they were still able to keep a very steady hold here. And of course, now as we're getting ready to move over into that second page, we'll see things look a little bit different, but still very contentious, right? You've got Arab Golden, who brought in 23 points today, moving themselves onto 67, and that is ninth place overall.
Yep, and that is nice. Arab Golden Esports. You know, one thing that is actually surprising me, is the fact that Blackjack Esports still not actually in that top 12. But hey, I'll talk about Blackjack in a second. Team Lag and Timeout Esports, they blew my mind. They're both sitting on 62 points right now, and Timeout Esports. Probably my most. I know other teams did well today, but I think Timeout Esports actually did stand out today.
Yeah, I mean, Timeout definitely stepped up their performance. Yesterday, they only managed 15 points, right? Today, Timeout was able to lock in 35 points. So they more than doubled their performance from yesterday. And it's a very well deserved 11th place that they find themselves in. They're sitting on 62 points in total.
And man, this is where we start to talk about that threshold. You know, I was saying it. Today is that day where you start to set that threshold. But these teams do not want to give up. They're ever so relentless. As you can just see them continuing to stay closer and closer. But this page makes me sad. It makes me sad because I said I wanted to see the PMNC teams and the Egypt teams do better today. But Raad, Smash Teams, and Vampire, oh no. What happened?
I mean, there is some ups, there is some downs, right? If you look at
Mm.
Smash Team, they got 8 points yesterday. Today, they went a little bit further, right? They got 10 points in total. We got the players from Mo Esports sitting on 24. Yesterday, they were only able to secure 6. Today, they upped that, right? They were able to get in a grand total of 11 points. So there is improvements that are coming through, right? There are also points where teams are a little bit struggling, but we are only in day 3.
Mm.
Day 3 of 15, right? There's a
Yep.
lot that can happen across the span of the next few days. So I'm pretty sure these teams will really start to get into a bit of a rhythm, get into a bit of a flow, and then continue to push as they really come into their own throughout this PMPL.
Yeah, definitely. And I really hope they're able to do so because, man, regardless of how many games are left, you do not want to be finding yourself on the bottom of the leaderboards. You know, you want to actually be putting and racking up some points. And for more esports out there that is now in 20th position, we did say it earlier going into these games that they happen to be one of those teams that play it more strategically, which almost looks like they're playing it safe, right? At this point, I feel like now is the time to start upping up on those eliminations, trying to get better, you know, at holding positions that you find yourself in, not losing out to those positions that you have because they have the good positions. They just need to back it up with, you know, solid defense.
Yeah, and that solid defense is going to be quite important for the teams now to continue to move forward, right? They need to try and find out what works best for them and how they can look to capitalize on that because it's going to be important, right? Tomorrow is going to be day number 4, and a lot of the teams, I'm expecting that they are going to be shifting into the next gear, not high gear just yet. Just one gear up, right? Day 5 is where the teams are going to be hitting that high gear and just going full blast, trying to smash it as hard as they can. But of course, there's only one thing left to do, right? We are going to be saying goodnight for now, as we are looking forward to see you all back again tomorrow for day number 4 as we continue to see who will be climbing up that leaderboard, who will be situated at the top of the board, and of course, making ourselves that much closer to heading into that potential Vikendi game.
Yep, the Vikendi game that has all the rewards. I feel like it's going to be pure entertainment coming through from Vikendi. But man, for every team that actually played today, I enjoyed the way many of the teams played, and I really want to see that consistency coming through tomorrow. Is anybody going to be able to stop RUKH Esports in their tracks? You know, prevent them from getting as much eliminations as possible. These are the questions that we hope to get answered tomorrow.
Well, there's only one way to find out. Be sure to join us again tomorrow as we continue with all the action. Same time, same place, and even more PUBG Mobile action. Until then, stay fresh, stay frosty, and see you all later.
Let's go!
here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.